Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to my channel once again. This is Timo here, and I am excited again to present to you another application that we're going to be building together. So that's the nice thing with this channel. We build real world examples of applications, right? So this application, you can actually use it in, let's say, your SaaS that you're building or your startup, right? So I'm going to show you the core features of a leave management app, okay, or rather a vacation, right, a management application, or we can actually basically call it an employee management application or an employee portal, right? So the main focus we're going to be focusing is actually administering leaves on this particular application we're going to be building, right? Our application is going to have 3 user roles. Number 1, the administrator. Number 2, the regular user. Number 3, the moderator, right? You can actually scale it up, this application. That's the nice thing with it, right? So I would like you to build with me. If you have any questions, go on my repo, just submit an issue there, then we can be able to tackle it together, right? The whole idea is actually for us to learn together, right? If you see some mistakes right, that needs to be corrected, just send me a message or write on this video. You can actually write a question in the comments or a suggestion in the comments, so that all of us we can learn together, right? So let's take a look at our application. There it is, with the administrator dashboard that we are looking at right now, and also I have a regular user dashboard, right? So you can see the regular user dashboard does not have a lot of a lot of routes here, right? So same applies on the sidebar. There's no lot of routes here, right? It's just 2 routes, exactly, that's it. Then the administrator dashboard has got all these routes here, right? So let's take a look at the administrator dashboard for now. First of all, you have a calendar that you can see here, right? So I can choose which dates I want to see. For example, we're in January, right? Today is the 9th, where I'm actually recording this video, right? The 9th of January, you can see it's actually highlighted in blue, right? And if I hover on other days, you can just see the background is just black. But there's also a special highlighting on particular days, which is actually the 8th, for example, right? You can see if I hover on it, you can see it shows me a tooltip, and it shows me the details of what's happening on that particular date, right? So these are actually events, right? So you can put all events that you want to see here. For example, if a person has got a birthday, or if a person is on vacation, you can actually show them here, right? So all of that, we're going to implement it together, right? This is the first version we are building together. We're going to scale it up. We're going to expand it in the upcoming tutorials, where, for example, we implement the notification side of things, or maybe when you go to the dashboard, we can actually be able to export data, right? So for now, let's look at the core features. The core features, this is data presented here. You can actually see the current year balances as well as the calendar, right? And the type of the leaves that you can actually be able to see here, right? If you navigate to the dashboard, where it's written the dashboard, right, you can be able to see the totals, right? So these are the totals of whatever you want to get from the database, right? For example, how many users you have, events, and also you can be able to see a calendar of at least 2 months from the current month where we are, right? So on version 2, we implement a feature to actually download reports, right? But we're not going to do it in this in this particular tutorial. We're going to be doing it in the next one. If we navigate to balances, right, on this route that says balances here, you can actually be able to see each user's current credits, current used leaves, and the available credits, right? So you can see the current year is 2024. There was also a balance for the year 2023, right? So that's it. We have all our types of leaves here: annual, family, health, maternity, depending on your organization, right, or depending on your country, on the type of leaves that you have, right? So you can actually be able to edit, like for example, there's a miscalculation somewhere in terms of the credits for a particular user. As an administrator, you can actually be able to come and edit here. You can make your edits here, right? So let's just try to maybe put these unpaid to maybe 10, right, for example, and we hit submit, right? Let's wait for it. Right, while we're waiting for that to work on the background, ladies and gentlemen, please subscribe to my channel, right? You can see edit successful here, and let's see if those unused have been updated, right? Yes, it's actually updated. Which one were we editing? I think we were editing the first one here, right? Okay, so you can see the used and paid, which actually used is 6, right? Okay, so that is what the balance is. Then if we take a look at the leaves, actually we go on this route here that says leaves, right? We click on it, we'll actually be able to see as an administrator all the leaves for everyone, right? For everyone in the organization. Like for example, you can see here this particular user, it's approved, and the requester note, this is what they were saying, and also, you know, when was this updated, right? And also the administrator or moderator note will be able to be shown here, right? But if that particular status of a certain leave is maybe in moderation or pending, you'll be able still to edit it, right? You'll be able to make a decision here. Like for example, let's just edit this particular one right here. Let's click here and say approved, right? And click submit, right? So while we're waiting for that to happen, edit successful, and which one was it? I think, yeah, there it is. It's updated. You can see the edit node is gone, right? There we are, and it's less than a minute ago, right? And also it tells us who is actually edited that. So these are the whole leaves for everyone, right? Yeah, so that's basically it. And if we go to the users route, right, on the users route, we are able to see everyone who has been allowed access onto our platform, right? Or everyone who is logged in. We can actually be able to edit their details. For example, if you want to edit a phone number, if you want to edit the department where they are, or maybe their title has changed, you're able to do that. And also be able to change the role, right? We're able to do that. And also if a new user is actually came onto our platform, or it's a new year, we actually be able to add credits, right? So for example here, let's add some random credits and see what happens with this particular user, right? Just say 0, then the rest we just leave them like that. Let's hit submit, right? I think there's going to be an error because there is a current credits for this year, which actually, there we go, it says credit for this current period already exists. So it means credit for 2024 already exists for this user. Then it fails, right? Then it shows a nice tooltip, as you can see on top, right? Then the final route is basically where you can add your settings, right? So I just only added one, you know, type of setting here. You can add as many settings as you want on your application. For this one is actually the events, right? So for the event side of things, let's say for example we want to put an event here, we're just gonna say blah 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 blah. That's the name of the event, and the description is just some random words, and the date we're going to be maybe in February, on the 22nd of February, right? And let's click submit, right? Once you click submit, if everything goes well, say event added, right? Once that is done, then if we are able to scroll down on our events here, we'll be able to see that particular event which has been added, right? Then it should actually show on our calendar, right? That's the nice thing that we have implemented. Let's go to our calendar and be able to show that, right? It goes on the portal route, right? There's a nice loader, as you can see as well, right? So let's go to February 22. You can see there's the events that we added, right? So this is the application we're building, ladies and gentlemen. You can also toggle dark mode, right? You can see nice dark mode that you can see here, right? And for me, it actually shows nicely when I actually view all the leaves. See, beautiful, beautiful, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful, as you can see here, right? It's got these nice pages here that you can see, right? Okay, let's just try to do something to apply for a leave, right? So to apply for a leave, you select the leave type. If it's an annual, you select annual, then you select a date. I'm going to select the 10th of maybe, let's say January, the 10th of January to the 12th of January. So these are basically 1, 2, 3 days, right? Then I'm just going to say some random words here. Let's see what happens. Let's click submit, right? Let's wait for it to update to the right. It's kind of slow because I'm using my, you know, a local host here. It says the leave entry already exists. It means this particular user actually applied for the very same dates before, right? So it means that leave won't go through into the database, right? But if you select some different dates, let's say maybe it's the 25th all the way to the 25th, for example, just like that, let's click submit. It says leave submitted, right? It went through, right? Then let's go and see the state of those leaves, right? That particular leave that has been submitted, you can see it, there it is, right? Remember, I selected from the 25th to the 25th, so there's a calculation of the number of days on the back end of how many days this person is actually taking, right? Basically like that. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. So you can log in, you can log out as well, right? So let's just, you can either log out from here, or else you can just log out from this particular button here. Then you're logged out, right? So if you are logged out, you'll be directed to a login route, right, where you can actually sign in with Google again. So that's the application, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and create this. Let's quickly take a look at the tech stack that we'll be using on our application, ladies and gentlemen, right? So we'll be using Next.js, so that's a React framework, right? It's easy to, follow along in terms of installation, right? So just go to the docs installation guide, straightforward how you should do it, right? And for the database, we'll be using PostgreSQL, right? If you have a local installation on your machine, kindly go ahead and download, install, Postgres on your local machine. But if you're familiar with Docker, you can just use Docker to have an instance of Postgres running on your local machine as well, right? And also for authentication, we're going to be using Next-Auth, right? For me, it's easy to use, it's customizable, that's why I like it. So we'll be using that for authentication, right? And also when we are talking about authentication, we're going to be using Google sign-in, as I shown to you earlier on when we're doing the login using Google, right? So you need to have credentials, you need to have access to the console cloud, right? We can create credentials here for your application. For mine, it's now just called web application or web client 1, just simply as that, right? Okay, and for the UI, we're going to be using a beautiful UI for our application called Chassis UI, right? And specifically, we're going to be looking at the Next.js, implementation side of things, right? And for styling, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, right? And for writing our SQL queries, right, we're going to be using Prisma or that's going to take care of SQL on the back sides of things, right? And the programming language we're going to be using is TypeScript. So here they just say TypeScript is just JavaScript with syntax for types, right? So if you are good with JavaScript, you don't need to worry about using TypeScript. You can follow along and you can get everything going on well, right? We're not going to be using complex types here, right? And for the package manager, for myself, I'm going to simply use Yarn. Surprisingly, they've got a new documentation, right? So, but I'm going to be using Yarn, right? So go ahead and create a project on your local machine. All right, so for those ones who don't want to complicate things, they just want to follow along the tutorial, just go to my repo on this branch that says data, clone that branch, right? So to clone that branch, it's basically you can follow this tutorial. It shows you how to clone that specific branch. So what I've done on that specific branch is that I've just cleaned unnecessary files, and I've made everything ready for you to start. All right, so one thing I've done, especially on the global.css file, is that I've put what you're gonna use, our theme, kind of what we're going to be used. So let me show you what I'm trying to talk about. If we go back to our UI, chassis and UI here, right? If we go here, right, and let's go to themes, right? Select themes here. See this code here, and I like this blue color here. I like it. That's the one we're going to be using for our application, right? So I just selected that color. If you want to select a different color, you can select a different color and just say copy code, right? So this code, that's the one that I copied, and I actually came into my global.css, then I pasted it right here up to this level. I've up to this level, right? Then I just also tweaked my body, right? I need to make sure like I'm using this font here. It's called Lato, right? Font family Middleware, right? And I also imported that from, you know, Google Fonts, this particular URL here, right? So that's it. Go ahead and clone it and just run, you know, just type yarn to install the packages here, right? Cool. So after running my development server, this is what I have, right? So this is the one that we completed one, right? And this is the current one that I'm now working on, right? Okay, so what we're going to be doing this time around, for the sake of time, I'm not going to worry much about, you know, explaining the Tailwind CSS or the styling side of things, right? I'm just going to explain quickly my logic, what I'm thinking about. Why? Because in terms of design, people have got different tastes, so you can all make your own different design, right? So let's not focus mainly on the design, let's focus mainly on the logic behind and also the functionality of the application, right? So most of the code that I'm going to be populating here is going to be actually copy and paste code, right? But in terms of the functions and the functionality, or where I feel like there's need for explanation in terms of styling, I'll quickly explain that, right? So let's quickly go ahead and create now our, you know, home component, right? So we need to show the login page on the landing page, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that, right? Right, for a start, this is what we have. So this is my file structure. Currently I've got the app directory and the components directory here, right? So what we can do is that in the app directory, right, that's where we're going to have our routes there, right? Okay, so I've created the login route. So the login route, I've initialized that route with page.tsx, right? So inside the page.tsx, there is a component called auth component, right? So we don't need this import here. Let me remove it. So we need this auth component, right? So this auth component is actually inside the components folder under the subfolder called other, right? Here, right? So my common components, I'm gonna put them here, but the other components that I don't really use that much throughout the application, I put them here, right? So here what I just did, I've created an auth component. So this is how the auth component is, right? So please kindly take note of the code that's here, the styling, right? So I'm not gonna worry much about this styling. You can see it's just a div, right? That's got the height and everything is just centered, right? And because the name of our application is an h1 here, right? And also some p tags here, but I've also included an auth form inside here, which is actually basically this auth form here, right? So if you are a beginner, I encourage you to actually type this code out, see how it works, right? Type it out, see how it works. You can change it to your own liking as well, right? So let's not worry much about me explaining or typing, you know, bit by bit to say mx auto flex column. No, let me not worry about that. That's why you are learning. You have the documentation for you, right? Tailwind CSS, right? Okay, right. So the auth form, this is my auth form that I have here, right? On my auth form, it's a client component, right? We're gonna find out later on why is it a client component, and this is the styling that's there as well, right? Please take note that I've imported a button. So this button, I've imported it. So this is what we're using now, CN UI, right? So what I just did is just to basically go on the documentation for CN, right? And I've just you know, imported this, right? So I'm using yarn. I've selected yarn. Once I've selected that, then I'll come to my project. On my project here, then I just paste that command here, right? So I just paste that command here like that. Once I paste that command, if you don't have a UI, you know, subfolder inside components, it will be automatically created, right? So this UI subfolder inside components is basically for CN UI, right? Okay, so that's the button that I imported here, right? So inside that button, inside of it, there's actually another component called icons.google, you know, that component, and we are actually getting it from my icons sub component, if I can say, right? So it's just exporting all these components. These are SVG, type of tags, if I can say, right? So if you want to have more SVGs, you can just basically come and follow this pattern. If you want to have Twitter, you can just say Twitter, then put props, icon props here, right? Then make sure you just put your SVG for Twitter, right? So this is for scalability purposes. So that's why we are having those SVGs inside this particular icons.tsx component, right? So later on, we're going to be using React icons, right? We're going to be using React icons, but just in case you want to use SVGs, this is how you can do it, right? Okay, so that's basically it. Then once I'm done creating my auth component, I've imported the auth form here, right? Once I'm done creating that, then in the login page, I imported here, right? As well as on the landing page, I've also imported here. There's a reason why I've done that, and we're gonna show in the next slide why I've done that, right? That is to do with our authentication, right? So let's quickly go ahead now and see how our application looks currently, right? So you see I'm on the home route here. This is how it looks, right? This is the auth component that I've created, right? Then if we also navigate to the login route, we should also see the same component. So we are on the login route, we're seeing the same component as well, right? So that's basically where we are, right? So let's move to the next step. The next step actually has to do with actually implementing authentication, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So for our authentication, we're going to be using Next-Auth, as I explained, right? So in particular, we're going to be using the Prisma adapter. So go ahead and click Prisma, and you are taken to this page here, right? So these are the packages that we need, the dependencies that we need. We need the Prisma client and the auth Prisma adapter as well, right? But you're going to add Prisma as a dev dependency, right? So what you can do quickly on your code is this, right? Quickly go ahead and open your editor, right? And add as a dependency, add Prisma as a dependency, right? Right. So once Prisma has been added as a dev dependency, it should show in your package.json as a dev dependency, just down here, just like that, right? And once that is done, what we need to do is actually to initialize Prisma, right? We need to initialize Prisma here on our local machine, right? While that dependency is actually loading like that, I also would like you to actually open your PostgreSQL, right? So if you have a PostgreSQL database, quickly go ahead and open. Postgres actually comes with a GUI, right? So which is called pgadmin, right? So you can quickly and easily, create a database or delete a database using that GUI, right? Okay, so let's follow the documentation of Prisma and see how we can do a quick start, right? So we have actually installed Prisma, right? Then the next thing what we need to do is actually to initialize Prisma on our local machine, right? So let's do that and see how we can do it. So you can just use this command here, right? Prisma init, right? Let me just maximize my screen. Prisma, yarn Prisma. I'm using yarn. If you're using npm, you can just say npx Prisma init, right? The data source, we're going to use PostgreSQL database, right? So instead of saying SQLite, we're going to be using PostgreSQL, right? And let's press enter. Once we press enter, we should be able to see a folder, right, which is automatically generated for us here, right? There it is. There it is. We've got this folder. Inside there's a Prisma schema file inside. It looks like that, right? And also if you don't get a .env file, it's actually automatically created for you, right? Okay, so what we want to do right now quickly, I want to add that env file in my git ignore, right? So that I don't push my files to GitHub, right? My secrets to GitHub, right? So let's just add it just like that. Click save, right? So we don't have to push it up, right? So once that is out of the way, the next step we need to do is actually now to create a database, right? So let me see if my Postgres has been initialized, right? Okay, it's saying okay. I'm going to fix that quickly, right? Right, let me see quickly. Let me fix that, right? So once that is fixing on the background, we also need to start with our schema, right? We need to create our schema, and that's the most important task on any application, right? Like making your schema for your database, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that, as well as we are waiting for our Postgres to quickly sort itself out here. Right, if you haven't installed these other dependencies as well, like the Prisma client and the Auth Prisma adapter, please go ahead and do that, right? So basically what we are doing, we're actually following this guideline according to Auth.js or Next-Auth documentation here, right? So we add these dependencies, and we're going to do this later on, right? So right now we'd like to attend to this schema.prisma file, right? But before we do that, I now have my PG admin running here, so I can be able to interact with my database, right? So I'm using PostgreSQL 16, right? So what I would like to do is just to create a database, right? So I just right click here and say create, and create a database, right? So I'm just going to say spanner YT, that's the name of the database, and this is the owner, right? So when I installed my Postgres, I just leave it to default user, right? Okay, let's click save, right? So it will create a database, then there is the database, right? Then let's go back now to our code editor. In the m file, right, we are actually guided on how we can have our URL string, right? How we can actually create one. So I've created my database. The user is called Postgres. This is my password, right? And it's running on localhost port 45433, right? It might be 5432 on yours, right? So make sure you use 5432 on your local machine, and put the name of the database you created, and just say schema is equals to public, right? So I'm gonna deactivate this because we don't need it, right? Okay, so that's fine. So let's now deal with this file here, right? Schema.prisma, right? So according to Next-Auth, or rather Auth.js, this is the guideline that they tell us to use, right? So you need to use at least Prisma 2.26.0, right? And this is the guideline they show us. They've got the model for an account here, right? And a session, right? And also the user, and also the verification, right? So I've done that for you already, right? So I'm just going to populate the code that you're going to be using. I mean the modules or the schema, Prisma schema we're going to be using in this particular application, right? So let me just quickly populate it on our code editor, right? So everything else we leave it like that on top, and we need to have this schema here, right? So let me minimize this so that you can see clearly, right? So I've modified the user model, right? The user model, and the rest of the other modules I've just created on my side, right? So let's take a look at this code here that we have, right? So this account is just what we got from Auth.js or Next-Auth, right? So I just leave it like that. Then also the session, exactly, as well as the verification token, exactly what we got from the Next.js documentation, right? But in terms of the user, I've modified some of the fields here, right? Like for example, the role, right? We're going to be having user roles. So we're going to be having at least 3 user roles: the user, the admin, or the moderator, right? So the way we do it, to say row, it will be of a type row, and the default is going to be user, and this is an enum, right? This is an enum. Make sure you make it like that, right? And also we're going to have on each and every user, they're going to have a manager, right? They report to, they're going to have a title, and also we need a font from them, right? So just minimal fields that we're putting here, right? So just follow through. The rest of the stuff will make sense later on, right? Okay, then we're going to have leave types, right? So there's leave types. It's just is it a health leave, is it an annual leave, or is it a maternity leave? So that's basically what this model is about. So it's a leave type, but when we edit, it's going to have an ID, right? A title, then the values are going to be a string, an array of strings, right? So this is the default, right? Then also the category, and also the description, right? And we're going to also have the leave. So this is when someone applies for a leave, and what fields are we really interested in? We're interested in the type of the leave, the year when it's actually requested, the start date, the end date, right? And also the days, the username, the note, the task link, and all these other fields, right? We also need the moderator note, the created date, all these fields, we need them, right? Okay, so this is very important when you're actually designing your database, right? It's very important to know which fields you exactly need in your application, or rather in your organization, right? So for this tutorial, we only need these, right? And the nice thing with using an ORM is that you can easily scale up, right? You can easily add other fields and manipulate your database, right? Okay, so the next model we're gonna need is called balances, right? So the balances is actually the credits, right? You know, in an organization, each and every year you are given credits. Like an annual credit can be given like something like 20 days, depending on the country where you are, or depending on your organization, right? So those credits, they are actually aligned with the type of leaves that you have, or type of vacation that you have in your organization or country, right? But generally these are the ones, you know, that the whole world actually use. So I've just selected a few of them. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So it's going to be paternity, family, maternity, study, health, and annual leave, right? So of those balances as well, there's going to be a relationship of a user, right? So each user, right, will have some balances, right? Exactly, right? And also please take note of this particular leave here. It says unpaid used. That's the only one that does not have a credit and available, right? Yes, so I just left it like that. We're gonna use it for learning purposes. Then the last model is actually the events. The events is gonna be, you have an ID, title, description, start date, and end date, right? So when I was doing a demo of the application, I think you have seen me mentioning the balances, the events, and also the leave, on applying for leave and actually editing the leave. So please kindly take a deep study or a deep look on this schema, how it's designed, right? Otherwise, if you know how it's designed and you are familiar with a Prisma, just make sure your code is exactly as mine. Then we can go to the next stage, right, which is actually seeding our database, right? So make sure you have your code like this, and let's go ahead and seed our database, right? Right, so before we run our migration to our database, so the migration is just to sync our schema, to create some columns, to create some SQL queries that can be mapped to our database, right? So before we do that, in your package.json, under the scripts on the build, I would like you to say Prisma generate and next build, right? So that help you to build the Prisma client, or to generate the Prisma client before you run the build, right? Yeah, that's just a hack that I saw when I was debugging deployment on the in the production server, right? So once you're done with that, let's take a look at our schema. Everything is fine. Then what we need to do now, we now need to sync our schema to our database, right? So the command that we can run here, say yarn, we can say yarn. If you're using npm, just say, you know, npm, so we need to say npm or yarn prisma, right? Yarn prisma migrate dev, right? So this is the command that we're going to run so that we can sync our schema to create migrations, and that SQL will be synced to our database, right? So let's run that command. Okay, let me maximize here so that you can see. So it's asking us for a name of the new migration. I'm just going to say this one is let's say setup. That's the name of the migration, setup, just like that. Hit enter. Right, so it says your database is now in sync with your schema, right? Then it actually ran Prisma generate to create the Prisma client, right? So the Prisma client is now created under node modules on this location here, right? So everything went well, meaning to say we have synced the SQL that's been created by our ORM. So this is the SQL that has been created by ORM. We don't actually need to write all this complex SQL. Our ORM is actually handled that for us, right? So that's out of the way. Let's verify if we have the columns or the fields created in the database, right? So I'm going to create a new terminal here, right? And this terminal, what I would like to do, would like to make use of the Prisma Studio, right? So right, let me just say yarn Prisma Studio. So this is a graphical user interface we can see on our browser, and you can be able to look into the fields and columns of our database, right? So if you navigate this URL here, localhost 5555, you'll be able to see that your database here, right? Okay, right, okay, so things are getting ready. Let's wait for it. Okay, so you can see the columns have been created, right? We have your account, your balance, your events, your leave type, session, user, verification. So this is exactly what we have actually stated out on our schema, right? So these are the tables will be created in our, so the model actually is equivalent to a table which will be created on our database, right? So we have all these leave balances, leave type, user, verification, session. That's exactly what we have on our on our database, as can be shown by this GUI, right? Exactly, just like that. And also let's verify the columns. You can see the columns according to our account is just like that. Let's take a look at the balances, right? You can see the balances actually have all those fields we actually indicated, right? So that's it. Once that is done, let's move to the next stage. Right, let's go ahead and now implement our authentication, right? We're going to be using Next-Auth to do that, right? So before you proceed, first of all, just start with your .n file. Inside the .n file, make sure you have your Google Client ID, Google Client secret, Next-Auth secret, JWT, Next-Auth URL, and the allowed domain, right? So these Google Client ID and Client secret, you can then get them from Google Client, from the Google console, right? Remember when I was doing a demo of this web application, I actually showed you where to get those, right? Okay, so once you get those, come in your M file and paste them here. Make sure N file is actually included in the git ignore, right? So that you don't push your secrets to GitHub, right? Okay, right. And also you need Next-Auth secret, JWT, and URL. So you need these when you are putting your application in production, right? So where can you get these secrets here? you can just simply make use of documentation. So ladies and gentlemen, most of the things that I'm speaking here, I also refer you to the documentation. That's where I actually get a lot of the code that I write here, and also the direction, right? So if you go on to Next-Auth JS, and under this URL here, you can see they actually tell you like you can use open SSL rand base42 to generate a secret. So it's just a random value, a random string that you're generating here, right? Okay, so let's proceed. Okay, so you need this package Next-Auth to be installed, this dependency to be installed on your on your project. So go ahead and run npm install Next-Auth or yarn add Next-Auth. So once you have that, then we can move to the next step, which is actually you to generate what you can actually generate a random string using that command there, right, that we got from Next-Auth. Just put it, then you can see there's a random string that has been generated here, right? So once you have that, then you can go now to the next step, right? So the next step is actually in our lib folder. We have a lib folder. Inside the lib folder, we need to instantiate our Prisma client, right? So just write a file called prisma.ts. Then inside prisma.ts, I've populated code for you already, right? So where did I get all this code here, right? There's a link that I put on top here, right? So this is a guideline, a troubleshooting that some people have identified to make sure like there's only one instance of Prisma running on your project, right? So if you go to this link here, you actually get this code, right? So it makes it possible for us to have one instance of Prisma running on our project, right? Okay, so once you have that, make sure you type it out, right? Or you can just copy and paste from the completed project. You have that code. Then the next stage is actually to have an auth.ts file inside your lib folder, right? So just follow me what I'm going to be doing, right? So in auth.ts file, right, we need this code here, right, for Next-Auth, right? We need this code for Next-Auth, right? So where are we getting this code? Where am I getting this code, right? It's actually documentation, right? Documentation, getting started, right? Or getting started here. This is how you can create that particular file, right, according to Next-Auth guidelines here, right? But for us now, we're using Next.js 14, and we're making use of the app directory, right? So let's follow this guideline here that we have. So this is the guideline. We will be making use of route handlers, right? So what we can do is just simply following here what they're saying. Under the app directory, create 3 more folders, right? So that's the API, auth, and Next-Auth. Then inside you have a file called route.ts, right? So we've done that. Under app with API, with auth, Next-Auth, which is exactly like that. Then inside we've got route.ts, right? Route.ts file, right? So let's go back again to our auth.ts, right? So in our auth.ts, we just copy that code from Next-Auth, and we are putting some other extra customizations here according to our needs for this application, right? So obviously the provider is going to be Google, right? Just making use of Google. It's simple to use, right? And there are some of the dependencies that we have imported here, right? And also types that we've imported, right? So we need our function called auth options to be of the type Next-Auth options, right? And also we need an adapter. Remember, you're using Prisma your ORM, so we need the types for that adapter here, right? So we just import that from Next-Auth adapters. Then we import Next-Auth options from Next-Auth, right? Then we import Google provider from Next-Auth provider / Google. Simply we are following the documentation here. We are simply following the documentation exactly here, what they're telling us here, right? Exactly, right? And there's also how you can do it with TypeScript. So that's basically what I'm following. You can see here, adapter, and this is where we're getting adapter. Simple as that, right? Okay, then we also need the secret, right? The secret here, we're going to get it from our end file, right? That random string that we've generated, we need it here. Then we need the pages where we can direct users who are not logged in, or maybe users who are trying to access our application. We have a custom page called login, right? So what I've done on our application is that when you come on the landing page, you have an option to sign in, right? But let's say, for example, you are already signed in. When you log out, you'll be redirected to a login page, right? Or when you're trying to access some resources, you'll be directed to the login page, right? We'll see this in action, right? Then we need the session strategy of JWT, right? So the JWT is very flexible for us to use. You see it in action, right? So for example, you can see here there are actually errors, right? So we will need a way of binding the object that we get from Next-Auth. Next-Auth, when we sign in, it only returns simple fields from Next-Auth object, right? Which is basically your name, email, or image, right? But for us, we actually have user rows, right? So remember, in our schema.prisma, right, we also have these rows that we are adding to the user object, right? So we need a way of binding what we get from Next-Auth, then we can add to it the user row, right? So that's why you're using JWT here to get the user row, right? Okay. Then also there is a callback. So these are functions that can actually help you to do extra things that you want to do with regards to signing in, with regards to authentication. So on our side, what we need to do, we need to have a restriction. For example, if a user email does not end with our domain email, we can restrict that person, right? So for example, at the moment, I'm just allowing everyone who's got a Gmail account to log in, right? So if you have a domain specific email, for example, that the one that says maybe spanner, .com, right? If you try to sign in with this one, you won't have access to our application, right? So that's specifically what you're trying to do here. Okay, exactly, right? Okay, so that's what we're trying to do here, right? Then I've said earlier on, we need to bind the user row to the session, to the object that we get from Next-Auth, right? But at the moment, you can see there is actually TypeScript is giving us errors here. Say it does not exist on type name. Yeah, this is the object that we get from Next-Auth. We get name, we get email, then image. Those are the three things that we get. So we need to add on top the user row, right? So the way we can do that is to simply go on our home route of our project here. Let's create a new folder, right? Okay, I need to do it actually outside here, right? Let's create a new folder and let's call it types, right? Types, just like that. Then inside types, let's create a new file called index. Let me just say globals .d.ts, right? So we're just defining a globally available kind of like object, right? So let me populate code quickly, right? I'm going to populate code here that I've already researched and got from somewhere else, right? Okay, so this is the implementation. I put some notes there to just let you know what we're trying to do here, right? So the other thing that I can do, let me link you to the an article where I saw how to actually implement that, right? So if you want to follow along as well, you can go ahead and read that. So I'm just going to put it right at the bottom here, right at the bottom here. Okay, as well as you can get that documentation as well. If you want to implement row-based access, Next-Auth also gives you an idea of how you can do that, right? You can see here. exactly, right? So now we know what it is that we're doing. Let me just populate that link as well here. Okay, so what we are doing, we are binding to the object that we get from Next-Auth. We're adding to it the raw field, right? Exactly. So once we've done that, you can see now the errors are actually gone on auth.ts file, right? Let's check the user, right? There's the user, right? We'll see everything in action, right? So once that is done, setting up, we set up our database, we set up our Next-Auth. Let's now go to the API of Next-Auth and our route.ts file. So inside there now we import these auth options that we've created here. We import it here, and we also need the Next-Auth from Next-Auth, right? Then we just initialize everything like that. So our Next-Auth is going to take as a parameter Next-Auth auth options, right? Then according to route handlers, how we do it, we just export handler as get or as post, right? So where did I get that information? You can actually get it here. There it is here, exactly just like that. That's exactly what we're doing, right? The only difference is that I've added auth options here as a parameter, right? So once we have that out of the way, let's actually start using our authentication implementation here, right? Okay, now that we've written code for our auth, right, there's a couple of things I just need to do. You can see there's an error here on my terminal, right? So the reason is that I was running the completed project on localhost 3000, and I'm just trying to run this same application as well on localhost 3000. So what I've just done, I just changed my Next-Auth URL to be exactly 3000, and I stopped that other project which is completed to run on this port, right? Okay, so this is what I've done, right? In my app directory here, right, I've created two routes, right? So I've just put the first one in parentheses, the second one in parentheses as well, to just make it easy to read that this is actually a main route with other sub routes which are gonna come at the end here, right? Okay, so I just quickly initialize dashboard, which is a directory, and also dashboard, which is a directory. Then inside this dashboard, I've initialized that page and just call it dashboard, right? Same as applies to the portal, right? I've just called them like that, portal as well, right? So this is what we want to do, right? In our auth form that we're importing in login page, as well as the home route page here, this auth component, right? What we want to do in that auth form, which is in other here, right? We want to tweak the code inside and make sure like we have the sign-in option, right? But before we have the sign-in option, there was a bug that I've been experiencing, such that when I come to my application, right, whether in production or development, it will take me time to actually see this, right? Or it will come as undefined, right? So a simple solution that I had is actually to follow this. I think I read it on one of these forums or tutorials, right? What we need to do is actually to have a use state, right, such that when our component mounts or when our page mounts, right, we already get the provider list from Next-Auth, right? So we already get these providers. That providers is an object that we already get it, then we save it in use state. Once we save it, when the rest of the component mounts and gets displayed on the page, we already have this object here, right? Such that when we are trying to say sign in or continue with, we already have what we are signing with, right? Okay, so this is the code, right? You need to import client self get provider sign in from Next-Auth React, right? And also just make sure you import these hooks from React, right? Then you write here a use state, then your use state should exactly be like this, right? Because of TypeScript, you need actually to give what kind of types you are giving this, right? Then in the use effect, you need a function which is an async function that you actually call, right? So it's say get providers value. So we're getting providers value and we are waiting for get providers from Next-Auth create. So once we get those, we set them here, then we get hold of them here, these providers here. Then when you come here and say if providers are available, from that object of providers, right, map them and give us the provider name that we want according to our Next-Auth, right? So in this instance, it will be actually Google, right? But if you have a lot of providers here, you can just also put maybe Google, then Google here in this button, then you have another button that you can put Twitter or GitHub, right? So make sure your code is exactly like this. I'm sure you know what this code is trying to do, right? It's trying to solve a bug that whereby you sometimes you might have undefined here, right? So that's the reason why you have this, right? So once you have that sorted out, the next thing is actually to test. So this is in the auth form, which is available on the home route as well as on the login page. So let's go ahead, our server is running here. Let's go ahead and test it out, right? If we continue with Google and click here, we should be able to see an option to sign up with Google like that. You can see, right? Then you can select which email you want, right? So once that email is gone through, you should be able to be directed to portal page, because that's exactly what we said here on the auth form, to say the callback function when you sign in, the callback function, if everything is good, be directed to the portal, right? So are we directed to the portal? Let's see if we're directed to the portal. There we are, we're directed to the portal, right? Exactly. Then we should be able to see an entry in our database as well of this user who has been logged in right now. Okay, so everything is going well. The next part now we need to do is actually create our dashboard or portal. So we need to start with maybe the header as well as the sidebar. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, let's make the header section on top here as well as the sidebar, right? Let's take a look at our completed project. On our completed project, we have a header like this one, right, which has got an icon here, a tuple here, as well as a bar and an avatar here, just like that. As well as a sidebar with icons at the top here, with our brand logo, as well as on the bottom here, right? So let's make something like this, right? So remember I said I'm going to spend much time explaining the CSS side of things, the styling side of things, right? You can just simply copy my code, or you can make your own styling, right? So I'll explain where it's really important to explain the design side of things, but otherwise we are focusing more on the functionality, right? So let's go to our code editor and see what we can do from there, right? So on our code editor, this is what we can do, right? Make sure you navigate to the dashboard route. So on your project, make sure you navigate to the dashboard route, right? That's what we're going to start with, right? Okay, so let's go to our code editor now, right? So what I've done in app directory / dashboard directory, I put a layouts folder, right? I put a layout.tsx, the file layout.tsx file, right? So we need that to have a layout for the whole dashboard, right? Okay, then in the components, right? Components, then the common folder, I've put a container. So we need a container. So this is just to make some styling, custom stylings of our own, right? In terms of padding, and also in terms of putting margins as well, right? So in our container, the code that we need is this code here, right? So make sure you've got this code, type it out, right? We just need these classes here, right? So that we have some nice paddings and some nice margins, right? Okay, right? So this is going to be a parent component because it's taking children here, right? So once you have that container, save the file, then go to header.tsx, right? Header.tsx file, in your header.tsx file, this is the code that you need, right? According to me, this is the code that you need, right? So pay attention to it and type it out if you have to, right? So you can see we have icons that we are using here, right? So instead of using the SVGs that we've been using previously, I just prefer to use these icons that I get from React Icons. So for that, quickly go ahead onto React Icons URL or link, right, or website, and actually make an installation of those dependencies, right? Just use yarn add React Icons, or if you're using npm, just use npm, right? Okay, so we need those icons, and also we need these components here from our chassis and UI, right? So we need the avatar as well as the drop down, right? So it's simple to do that from chassis, and if you are making use of an avatar component and you need it, you just navigate to components, then on avatar, then just click on this command here. If you're using yarn, just copy yarn, then come back to your editor. In your editor, just paste that, right? Just paste that command here, then hit enter. Then you have that component installed, and you can see it in your UI folder, which is under components. You can see this avatar. We also need drop down. I've already added that already, right? And I've imported that container that we created here, right? So that container, we have it here, it's a parent, then the children will be this header, right? So this is the styling for my header, right? Make sure you type it out exactly as you see it, right? If you want to follow me, my styling, right? Type it exactly as it is, right? Don't worry about this div, we're gonna fill something later on, right? So type it out, right, all the way to drop down menu here. Then from there, I'm gonna scroll down so that you can see. Then you can type the rest of the code, right, up to here. Exactly. So once you're done, hit save. Then the next file we're going to focus on is the sidebar. On the sidebar, this is the code that we need on the sidebar, right? On the sidebar, it's going to be hidden. That sidebar is going to be hidden on a smaller screen, right? And it's going to have a width of 5, right? And I've also put the tailwind like utilities or classes for dark mode as well. I'm going to implement that later on, right? And also have a div that has got our image, which is the brand image, right? You can just make use of mine. So for the brand image, make sure you've got a public folder on the root of your directory of your project, right? Make sure you have a public folder, then inside you put that image there, right? Once you have that and you have this code exactly as mine, right, then hit save. Then make sure now in the layouts we import everything, the header and the sidebar, we import them like that. So we just call this function dash layout, right? It's going to be a parent component which takes in the children, right? Make sure you have the styling exactly as mine, as well as just put this here telling CSS for the dark mode as well. So once you have that, let's head over to our project and see what do we have as it now, right? Right, you can see this is what we have on our project that we're working on right now. Okay, you can see there's a brand logo and this the sidebar as well as this header here, just like that, right? Okay, let's move to the next step now. We want to put URLs, we want to put links here, as well as to put an icon here, right? As well as to make sure like our user is logged in here, right? Want to make sure like there's a dynamic user which is actually logged in here, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Right, on our completed project, you can see there's an avatar here, there's this bell icon, and there is the hamburger menu that you can toggle and show the sidebar drawer, right? And also you can see there's a login button here, logout button, as well as a toggle to toggle either dark or light mode, right? So we're going to implement these in a fly, right? So okay, let's go ahead and create code. So how can we show a user who's logged in here, right? So let's go into a text editor, right? I've done that for you. What thing you need to do, inside your lib folder, create a file called session.ts, right? So session.ts, we want to see who is currently logged in, right? So we're going to create a function called get current user, and we're going to say session await get save a session from, right? And you pass in the auth options, right? So this will allow us to get the current logged in user, right? So quickly go ahead and type this code, right? It's straightforward, right? Okay, once you have that, then you need to actually now modify the code in your dashboard layout. So inside dashboard layout, go and update the current code that you have. Go now and update it, right? So what you need to do in here, you need to get the current user from the session, right? Lib session, right? And pass it as props to the sidebar, right? As well as to the header, right? And TypeScript obviously doesn't know like which type of user is this one, right? So we get types from our Prisma client, right? So let's get that user type from Prisma client. You can see the user type here. If I hover here, you can see the kind of an object that the type that you get from the Prisma client, right? So make sure you just update it. Otherwise, if you have errors, if you don't put a type here, right, it will give you an error kind of, you see, yeah, right, something like that. So just make sure like you give the types the same way I did, right? Okay, so let me just change it to the way it was, right? So once your layout file is updated, the code, the next step where you need to update your code, the next file is actually your header, right? Header.tsx, because you can see it's receiving a property here, right? So let's go to header. So inside our header.tsx, right, we need a couple of things here, right? We need to have the toggler, right? They want to toggle dark or night, right? Dark or light mode, right? As well as a log out button, right? You can see this is not a client component, right? It's a server component, right? So we just want to maintain it like that. So some of the clients which are client components, like this toggler and the log out button, we're gonna just remove them and make them client components separate from the header, right? Okay, so make sure you make an import of that, right? Once you make an import, you need the props. You need to receive the props from the layout, right? And you destructure it here, right? Then you will now have another component sidebar drawer that you're going to create soon, right? You're going to create soon, but you can make an update now to your avatar. Instead of having hard-coded text here, make sure like you receive the image from what? From the user object that you're getting, right? So update that and say user dot image, right? As string. Make sure you make it a string, because TypeScript does not know what kind of type is it, right? Okay, then also the name as well here on the drop down menu. Make sure you just say user.name, right? We're not going to put URLs on the profile and support yet. You can do that on your own later on, right? And also the logout button and the toggler that we got, we just place them here, right? So from top to bottom, for those who are updating their code, this is where we are, up to the sidebar, right? Up to the sidebar here, this is where we are, right? Then I'm gonna slide up again. There's the div, right, all the way to this nav here section, right? Then you can just complete your code like that, simple like that. Otherwise, just go on my repo and copy the completed code there, right? Okay, so once that is out of the way, we need to have the sidebar, this sidebar. So we need to create a component called sidebar drawer, right? So sidebar drawer, So in sidebar drawer, what is it that we have? Sidebar drawer, we also have things that we are actually importing, right? That logout button, we're actually importing it here as well. And we also have other components that we're importing, like your admin routes, moderator routes, right? But before I proceed here, let's take let's just fix this logout and toggle dark light components, right? So the logout button, there it is. It's a client component. Make sure you make it a client component, right? So we just have a button here, and that button has got a child element, which is like this icon that you get from React icons, right? Okay. Then we are also importing this sign out method from Next-Auth, right? So when a person clicks that button, right, he's going to be logged out. Then he's going to be redirected to the home route where they can be able to see an option to log in again, right? So that's basically what you're doing with the logout button, right? Okay, make sure your code is updated according to mine. Then also the toggle dark light. So the toggle dark light, what we need to have a dependency installed, which is actually called next themes, right? So next themes, just go and say yarn add next themes, right? Yarn add next themes to your project. Once you add that, then we can make use of it. We can import a method called use theme, right? We can import it. Then we can say we can make sure like the component is mounted here, right? So we also need these hooks from React use effect as well, and use state, right? So when the component is mounted, right, when component is mounted, if that is true, we now need to set our theme, right? We need to set our, either dark or light mode, right? So this is how we do it. If the current theme is equals to the system, right, so we can either use the system pre-configured theme, or we can select our own, right? So if it's equals to use the system theme. Otherwise, set a theme that we need to set here, right? So how are we going to set a theme? First of all, let's take note. If the current theme is equals to dark, right, let's show this opposite, which is like a sun, right? Otherwise, if it's light, let's show an opposite, which is like a moon, right? So that we can be able to know like how we can toggle around, right? So basically that's it. So we are using like ternary operators here to just make sure like we make a distinction, right, based on the current thing that we are in, right? So this is the code. It's a client component as well. Make sure you import these icons from React icon as well, right? Okay, if the component is not mounted, just return now, right? So update your code according to mine, and this is the bottom part of the code, right? Once that is taken care of, toggle dark light as well as logout button, we can go back now to the side drawer, right? So on the side drawer, we're actually receiving the props as well. We're receiving the props. Where we're receiving them from the user, from the user, right? So we receive those properties. Now we need a distinction, right? When we were doing our schema design, the user roles that we had was the regular user, administrator, as well as the moderator, right? So depending on a user role, right, who's currently logged in, let's show different routes, right? So this is how I wrote my code here. So right, this is how I wrote my code. I'm actually importing a sheet, right, from CN, right? I'm importing that sheet as well. That's the one that we're using when we toggle. That's the one that shows, right? So if we toggle here, right, that's the sheet that shows here. That's the sheet that I'm talking about, right? So we have that. We've imported. You now know how to import from CN, right? That's the one, and inside it, the documentation is there to show you how to actually do it. So this is how I actually modified my code, right? So I'll show this icon as a trigger, right, inside the button. I'll show this icon here Then the content, on the content now, I'll need to have a nav, right? On the nav, if the user row is equal to admin, show it admin router. If the user row is equal to the regular user, so the user router, and so forth, right? And down on this sheet, I'll actually show now the toggle dark light as well as the logout button, right? Okay, right. So let's take a look at these routes. How exactly are they constructed? Where am I getting the information to display here, right? So you can see the render routes function, right? It actually takes in the route. It can either be an admin router or user router or a moderator router, right? You can see I'm actually importing these routes, right? I'm actually importing these routes from somewhere here, right? So I'm getting them from here, from this file called routes.tsx. So in routes.tsx, yeah, there's a couple of other content here, right? But I'm just exporting just a router like this. You see, exporting const admin route. The title is called portal. The URL will lead you to this, and it shows an icon, right? Right. Same applies to the user route. The user route, you can see there's only two routes here. And the moderator route is got the same routes as the administrator, right? So once you have that as routes, right, make sure you have exactly as my code. Take your time, pause the video to copy, right? Write it exactly like that, right? Once you have them like that, then there's also this component called render routes, rather function, right, called render routes. So what we are doing here, we are making sure like we map over the routes, because this is like an array, right? An array of objects. You can see here, it's an array of objects, right? So what we are doing is that we are mapping over, right? We're mapping over that array, and we are returning a link, right? A link. And inside the link, there's also on top a tooltip, right? There's also a tooltip. So there's the render icons router, right? This is only to show icons. So I'm going to show you how that is going to work, right? It's going to only show icons. Like, for example, here, right? You see this sidebar only show icons. It doesn't show the titles of this route, right? But if I hover on it, it shows a tooltip. So this is called render icon route. But if I tilt the sidebar, on top of showing the icon, it also shows the title, right? Exactly, right? So ladies and gentlemen, please take note, like these are actually, displayed at the bottom of each component, right? As well as here as well, right? So when you're doing your styling, make sure it matches mine. Otherwise, just follow my code and break things, try things out, and see what works for you, right? So let's go again to explain our code. So the render routes icon, now you know what it is, right? Then there's the render routes. The render routes does not have tooltip. It only have a link which shows a title, right? So inside, this is my styling that I have. So each and every route that we receive, it's gonna be a link, and it shows an icon as well as a title. So this is the code that I have here, right? Self-explanatory. I think this is clean code. I'm even proud of myself as well. I wrote understandable and easy to read code, right? Okay, so once you have that, then in your sidebar drawer, on the sidebar, what we are importing is the render routes, not render icon routes. We are importing the render routes, right? We're just importing the render routes. Then on the sidebar now, that's where we are importing what? Render icon routes, right? So you can see these components, sidebar and sidebar drawer, right? Render icon routes. So you can see now it looks exactly the same as the sidebar. It's only like this one is not a sheet, but actually a div, right? It's actually a div here, right? And it's got these routes here, right? Okay, so that's self-explanatory. So once you have that in the sidebar drawer there, right, and you actually installed all the dependencies, that is your next theme. You have updated the code, right? You also have other components like your sidebar drawer, toggle, dark light, logout, btn, right? And also you make sure like you have your session.ts, right? And also there's a new function there, right? And you import the current user, right? So look, please pay note to how we are actually getting hold of this user, right? This is a server component, so just on top here we needed to modify our function to be async so that we can be able to await for the current user, right? Once that is sorted out, if everything goes well, we should be able to see on our current working project, you should be able to see this. So this is the current user who's currently logged in, and this is the routes, right? And you can see also the sheet shows here, right? So we are making progress. That's it, right? Currently we've been working on the dashboard, and we've just put the layout, imported all the necessary components here, right? But then we need to have the same layout that we have inside the dashboard layout. We need to have the same as well in our portal, right? Because if you go on our portal right now, as we stand on the project we're working on, you can just see this word called portal, right? So we need to fix that. So let's create a file called layout.tsx inside portal, right? So this portal folder. So let's create a file there. We call it layout.tsx. Right, then we just need exactly the same code that we get, or the same code that we used in our dashboard layout, right? So we just need exactly the same code, just like that. Okay, but this time around we're going to say it's a portal layout, right? And as usual, it's an async function. We also make use of getting the user, the current logged in user, right? So let's save that, and we should be able to see some changes here, right? So you can just refresh for you to be able to see the changes here. I'm not gonna wait on the changes, so let's go ahead and discuss something else, right? So currently you don't have an option to change a user role. We haven't implemented that, whether being it a regular user or an administrator or moderator, right? So what you can do, you can just open maybe another terminal right here and just run your Yarn Prisma Studio so that you can be able to see the entries in your database, right? So if you've done just like me, if you can see Prisma Studio here, you can just open a new tab which says users, right? Users. Then you can just make one of the users admin, right? The reason why I'm saying that is because you would like to be able to see the routes that pertain to an administrator. Currently you can see what we're just seeing here is for a regular user. You can only see 2 routes, right? So we need to change that, right? So make sure once you're logged in, just log out, go to Prisma Studio, change that particular user. For example, this one, we're gonna make him admin for now. Then click Save Changes, right? Then we have to log in again with that particular user, and we should log in as an administrator, right? Okay, so once you log in as an administrator, we should be able to see all the routes. I've logged in again as an administrator. This time around, you can see this user has been changed to be an administrator, right? You can see I can see all these routes now, right? And everything is working well, and our sheet is also working perfectly. You can see all these other routes. Okay, right? So there are some things which are going to be similar for both the administrator as well as the regular user. You can see this route here as well as this route here. It's also available for the regular user, right? So now let's start working on the banner section here, the welcome banner as well as the calendar, right? Alright, currently we are on the completed project. As you can see, there is this welcome banner. We're just going to call it the welcome banner, right? It shows the currently logged in user and their name, and also on the right side there is actually a button that if we click on it, it shows us a dialog just like that, right? Then inside the dialog there's options for us to submit a leave application, right? So let's go ahead on the project we're working to create this welcome banner, right? So you can see on the route that you are, it's actually on the portal. So make sure you're on the portal route, right? So on the portal route, let's open our code editor, right? So when you open our code editor, there are a couple of things that we need to do. First of all, we need a reusable dialog component, right? We're gonna be using it on multiple occasions. So what we do is that under the app directory, components common folder, then inside there we just create a file called dialog wrapper.tsx, right? Just like that. Then in the dialog wrapper, we're going to be utilizing it in our welcome banner, right? Okay, so let's quickly go and populate the code for dialog wrapper. So I'm gonna just simply populate code here and explain it, right? So this is our reusable dialog component, and obviously what we are doing, we're actually installing that component from shardcn, right? So let's go to our shardcn, let's look for the dialog. There's the dialog, and this the command line interface. Just click there. If you're using yarn like me, just click on yarn to copy it. Then once you're done copying it, then come to your code editor in your terminal, then just paste it here and install the following package, right? Once that's installed, then you have all these packages here, right? And that component, you can actually see it in the UI folder here, right? So this is automatically generated. All right, then we need the types. I'm just going to put the types for our dialog component, right? So if you want to check the basic implementation of this component, if you come here on the usage, you can see actually, if you have to check maybe the code for this, you can see you import the necessary components, right? Once you import them, then you just return this simple function, right? So we want to do more to it on our side. We want to make it reusable, right? So we just call it dialog wrapper, and let's take our types. Obviously it's going to take in children, right? Then there's going to be optional properties like your button title, your title description, and we're going to have a boolean, right? We want to make this the toggler, all right, or rather the trigger, to be either a button or simply an icon, right? So you see where we're going to be using an icon. There will be instances we'll be using an icon, right? And also we have these optional items like your icon open, which is a boolean, as well as a function which is called set open, right? So just quickly go ahead and populate code, type it exactly like that, then you go to the dialog wrapper, you actually get in those properties here, right? Those parameters or properties, right? Those props, then you have your dialog component like that. Then the trigger, if the button is true, then show a button, otherwise show an icon, right? Then in the dialog content, this is the width that you want. We want it to have a maximum width of 425 pixels. That suits nicely on the page. Then we're gonna have a description and also the children, right? So now that we're done with the dialog wrapper, let's hit save. Then inside portal, right, portal route, which is actually a folder, portal route, inside we're going to be putting our components just here on the portal route home, right? So let's go quickly create a welcome banner.tsx, right? Go ahead and create that file, and let's quickly populate the code here, right? So this is the code that you're populating that you need, right? Let me just make a quick clean up. All right, okay, I made a quick clean up. So what we need is the container component, and this is a reusable, right? Remember, it's a reusable, as well as the dialog wrapper, it's a reusable. We also need a user type, right? For our types, for the properties, we need a user type. Then in that welcome banner, it's going to be wrapped inside a container, right? Then on the left side, we just want to have this h2 tag, which is inside a div, right? So we just say div justify start, so that it flags on the start of the page. Then on the right side, that's where we're going to have our dialog wrapper, right? So remember, our dialog wrapper needs the other properties like your button title, your description, or either is it a button or is it an icon. For now it's actually a button, right? So let's go ahead and populate content like that. Once you are done, you say export default welcome banner. So this is the code that we need, right? So from top, just make sure you type out that code exactly as it is, right? Then I scroll down all the way here. Once you have that, hit save. Right, so this is for design purposes, ladies and gentlemen. I don't need to explain, I don't need to type, one by one these tailwind CSS. We just need the functionality, right? All right, once you have the welcome banner just like that component, then now go inside your page.tsx, right, which is inside the portal route. Okay, go inside that page, and we need to actually import the welcome banner here, right? Let's go ahead and import the welcome banner. Remember, the welcome banner takes in a property of a user, right? So let's make sure we actually give it the property of a user. So where we get our user, right? From the session, right? From the lib in the session file, we just get the current user who's actually logged in, right? So let's say const user is equals await get current user, and let's import that get current user function, right? And let's make this an async component, right? For us to use await, let's make it async, right? Then let's give the properties to the user like that. Okay, and make sure you import that user type from Prisma client just like that, right? Okay, if everything goes well, right, just like that, make sure your code is exactly like that. If everything goes well, then if we have to check on our current project, let's just refresh. We should be able to see the welcome banner just exactly as it shows here on the completed project, right? So we should be able to toggle it and show this, but ours we just have one component inside here, right? Okay, our page is fully loaded. You can see it actually says welcome the current user, and this is actually a button with the title apply for leave. If you click on it, we see our dialog component showing up, and it just basically has the p tag which says hi, right? Okay, so what we can do now before we proceed here, let's just go ahead and create the calendar component, right? Before we fix this, let's create the calendar component here. Let us examine our calendar component on the completed project. Well, the design is simple and straightforward. You can see here, this is the current month, right? And it says today here. I can actually even navigate to go to different months, right? Like that, just like that. Okay, so this is a custom calendar, if I can say. We were taking advantage or using this package or dependency called day.js, right? This, so make sure you have it installed on your project, right? So just run npm install or yarn add day.js, right? So once you add that, there's some of methods, properties, and some ways of manipulating our dates, getting our dates, and a way of displaying them. So we're gonna be making use of that dependence extensively, right, on this project, right? Okay, so on the completed project, you can see there are actually days of the week here, right? So like from Sunday, Monday, all the way to Saturday, right? And you can see like they're actually days. This is the 31st of December, like this is the previous month, right? Okay, so today there's actually an event on the completed project, so it doesn't show the highlighted blue background here, right? But you can see the previous days which are not today, they're actually there as well, right? Okay, and also the forward days, if I can say so, they are also highlighted here. You can see the 1st of Feb, right, all the way to the 10th, right? So for you to come up with something like this, it's also if I can say, it's also responsive, right? You can see it's also very responsive, that calendar actually, right? It's also very responsive. You can see just like that. So we're going to create something like that. But first of all, before we do that, we actually need a way of getting these days, right? Getting these days, and after getting these days, we will be able to display them on a calendar, right? Let's go to our code editor and actually start implementing this. On our code editor, here we are. The thing that you need first of all is to create a calendar.tsx component inside Portal, right? So go ahead and create that file, right? And also in the lib folder, go ahead and create a file called getDays.ts, right? So we need a way of getting previous days, current days, and the days which are yet to come, right? We're gonna making use of the .djs package, and we'll be using a lot of methods from there, right? So let's go ahead and populate some code inside here, right? So first of all, let's go ahead and import this package here, DJS, from DJS, right? DJS, right? Then let's create a function. We're going to call it getDays, right? So we import it. After creating, we're just gonna create this function, right? You say export const getDays, and it's going to take in its parameters the month as well as the year, but we're going to initialize these with the djs.month as well as year dot days. Year is equals to days js dot year, right? So we're going to initialize them like that. Then in our function, we'll need to get out, or to be able to know which one is the first day of the month as well as the last day of the month. So remember, using the methods from our package here, right? One way we can do that is possibly do something like this. We can say first day of the month is equals to djs.year. Then inside year, we actually receive a parameter year, right? Which is the one we initialized here, right? So if you want to know where did I get all this information, if you go on the documentation and look on the ways of manipulating your days, right, you can play around them, and at the end you'll be able to come up with something like that, just like that, right? So this is how we're going to implement it. I believe there are various ways of doing it, right? So we need to know the first day of the month as well as the last day of the month, of this current month actually, right? All right, so let's proceed. So we will need a way of getting hold of previous days, current days, and the days which are yet to come. So for that, we need some form of a storage. And as you know, in JavaScript, the simple and easiest way is actually to have like an array. So we're gonna be putting everything in an array. So let's initialize our array here. Just say const date array is equals to an empty array, right? We're going to be populating it. Then let's go ahead. Now we need the previous days which are not of this which are part this month and perhaps last month, right? So this is just to get the previous days which are not today, right? We can get as many as we want, right? But for now, let's just do get previous days. I'm just gonna comment here, get previous days, and I'm going to use a for loop here, right? For loop, right? Let I is equals to 0. If I is less than first day of the month, then you need to increase here, right? So this is a way of getting the previous days, right? Then what are we doing? Then we are saying inside our array, let's get these previous days now, right? So in our array, what we want to push is actually to push the day for today, and also to know if it's the current month, right? Okay, just follow me. Everything will actually make sense when you actually implement it, right? Okay, right. Then first day of the month, date is equals to first day of the month, right? Where we get hold of the I, and also the current month should not be true, should be false, right? So that we can be able to get hold of the previous days, right? Just like that, right? So this is a way of us getting the previous days, not of this month, right? Okay, or rather not of today, right? Then we need now to get these current month days, so we can use a for loop again. So let's get the current month days. We can use a for loop again, right? I just populated it there, right? So I, for now, is not equals to 0. It's going to be the first day of the month, right? Remember, we are using day.js methods here, right? So this is a way of getting the first day of this month. So if the first day of this month is less than or equal to last day of this month, let's increase. So it means we're getting all the days for this month, right? But inside, we need to also check the current date. After we've checked the current date, then to our array, what are we doing? We are setting this current month to be true. The date should be a current date, right? Then today is going to be current date dot today. We're going to format it to string, right? And make sure like we equate it to the day.js dot to date string, right? Okay, it's gonna make sense, everything as we proceed. Right, after getting the days for this month, we also need to get the days for the upcoming, just a few days, right, from today, right? Okay, let's get the days ahead. So let me populate this code here, right? So to get the days which are ahead, depending on how many days you want, and also this also informs you of what kind of a layout you want to see on your UI, right? For me, I'm going to say forward days. I'm just going to say 42 minus the date array dot length, right? Okay, so I'll explain why did I say 42 here and subtracted the date array dot length, right? But after all, at the end, what we want to do, we just want to retain that array, that date array here, right? Okay, so there's a lot of date dot to date dot to date blah dot to string I've been saying here, right? Let's just summarize what we're trying to do in simplicity. We just want to know what is this month's current date, and what is this month, what is the last day of this month, the first day of this month and the last day of this month. Then we want to get out of days, previous, current and upcoming days, right? The previous days, how many days do we need from today up to the previous day, right? We use this function here to get those days. To get this month current days, all of them, whether they're 24 or 31 or 30, we use this function to do that, right? Then the upcoming days, we use this function to get that, right? So let me go to our UI. On our UI on a completed project here, right? You see this UI is actually uniform in terms of how many rows are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So the reason why I said 42 on this particular code here, let me go here, on this particular for loop here, it's because I say 42 so that they can be able to match my UI in terms of uniformity, right? You can even put 30 here and try it out on your calendar. You see how they're going to display, but we are not yet there, right? We're gonna come back here to explain again this particular code here, right? In terms of the methods that we're using here, right, I recommend you to actually refer, whenever you are typing, refer to day.js package and see how we are manipulating the day.js package and making use of its methods, right? You can see here how to get the year, how to get the month, how to manipulate them. Just check how you can play around with this, right? Okay, so that it makes sense to you, right? Okay, let's assume now that we now have a way of actually getting the days, previous, current and upcoming days. Then let's now go to our calendar component. Let's initialize this calendar component. Let's import everything that we need. Okay, we're just going to say const calendar, right? Then let's maybe try to get a hold of those days, right? So what we just do, let's import them and let's log them here, right? Okay, simple as that. Then obviously our calendar is not showing on the UI as yet, because we need to import it in the page.tsx of what, of the portal, right? So let's go ahead and import the calendar here, right? Just like that. Okay, let's see it save. Right, so when we come to our UI, on the current project we're working, we should be able to see calendar here. Let's refresh so that we can be able to see calendar, right? So once we refresh that, remember we are logging in, right? We are logging the days that we're going to get here, right? So you're going to get a weird object, kind of, or an array of objects, right? Let's check on our code editor. Since we're making use of server components, we should be able to see something being logged in here, right? Because this is actually not a client component, and also this is not a client component, it's a server component. So we should be able to see something being logged here, right? All right. Once our page is fully loaded, you can see something being logged into the console here, right? So let's just take a look at this array of objects here, right? You can see here there's some random details that we're getting, right? For example, you can say the year here actually, then it says a month here is equals to 1, day is equals to 5, things like this, right? It says also current month is false. All right, so we're getting something, right? So this is basically what we get according to day.js package, right? So let's go ahead and do some more workings, right? In our getDays.ts file, we just need to get hold of other things as well. So which other things am I talking about, right? Let's go to the completed project. On our completed project, we have a way of getting days, previous days. Like for example, all these days are previous. Today is the 18th, so all the rest of these days are previous days. And the 1st up to the 10th, this is Feb. All these days are actually upcoming days. And the current days, they are these ones up to the 19th. These are the current days. So that was the function we were implementing right now to get days, right? Then we also need a way of actually getting these labels on top here, right? Getting these labels on top here. So without wasting much time, what I would just like to do, I would just like to say those is actually days of the week, right? So I will just write a function called days of the week. It's actually an array of labels like S, M, T, W, T, F, S, right? And also we also need this label, which is January, February, March, all the way to December, right? So without wasting much time, let me just populate that code here. It's not complicated, so that's why we are doing copy and paste here, right? So we need those here. Okay, so the days of the week, strings, so it's an array of strings, as well as the months, it's actually array of strings as well, right? Let's hit save, and this file we are done. Then we now have to work on displaying everything we've worked so far on our UI. So let's go ahead and do that. What we'd like to do is actually to start with this section here, which shows the month as well as shows the word today here, right? And also it's got a nice blue background like that, right? So on our project we're working on, let's go and work on that. On our calendar.tsx file, which is inside the portal, let's quickly go ahead and do this, right? So this is more of design, so it's copy and paste, if you know, right? We need to get out of the container, which is a reusable component, right? Let's go out of that. Let's import it from our common inside the components, right? Okay, let's import it like that. Then what we need to do is to get what day is it day, and we set it up in a what? In a former first state, or we set it up in use state, right? So what is the current date? Let's use our package that we have installed earlier on, right? So once we know current date, what we are going to do, let's set state for it. So we need to import use state, right, from React, just like that, and we put current date, right, as a state, right? Then let's proceed. Inside here, I'm just going to populate code here and import the necessary dependencies that we need here, right? Okay, let me just clean up everything, and let's make this component a client component, because we're using use state. It works with what? It works in a client component, right? So once we've done that, remember, we've checked what's the current day and we've set state for it. Then what are we doing, right? We have got this nice design, right, that I've implemented for you, right? So it's a div. You can see this is a div. This is just a div inside this container, just like that. Inside this div, these are the tailwind properties. I mean tailwind CSS here, right? Okay, then we have an h1. So this h1 now, what is it doing? We're getting hold of the months. Where do we get these months? Here in this file here, right? On that loop we get that month. So how are we doing it? We're saying months, then get today dot month, right? You can see we are heavily depending on what? Day.js, right? You can see on Day.js we're heavily relying on it. So we can do something like this, right? Okay, you can see if I hover my mouse here, it actually says today day.js, right? So if you really go on the documentation, you can see with methods you can use to manipulate. So basically what I'm getting is the month, so that's why I say dot month. Then I can say dot year to get the year as well, right? At the end, what we're going to have is to have the month as well as the year, right? Okay, so let me just quickly hit save here, hit save, and let me refresh on our project we're working on. But while that's still loading, let's go ahead and keep on explaining our code, right? So once we have that, then we also need the left side or the right side of things. So right, so on the completed project, the right side of things, we need to show these arrows just like that, and the word that says today here, right? So how can we do that? Let's see how we can do that. So in this inner div here, which is inside, these are the tailwind CSS properties, right? So we need to show on the left side, we need to show this icon. Then if you click on that, what we are doing, making use of our Day.js package, this is what we are doing, right? These are the methods that we are setting the day to be what? The previous days. See, right? So these are the methods that you can use from Day.js, right? If I hover my mouse, you can see it accepts numbers from 0 to 11. If the range is exceeded, it will bubble to the next year. See, so basically it's just making use of this package here that we're doing, right? And depending on the methods, you can manipulate them to have the result that you're expecting, right? So that's what we're doing on the left side, right? Then on the right side, this is what we're doing as well, right? This is what we're doing on the right side, right? Okay, it says here as well on my code, if you click the H1, right, you should be able to set the date to current date, right? So let's see how that can work, right? Our page is fully loaded. If I click here, it takes me to the previous months. If I click on today, it takes me back to the current month, right? So that's basically it. Let's go to the next stage now, which is actually putting a calendar here. Let's examine our calendar. So our calendar has got this layout that you can see here. It's got 7 columns, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So what's the best way for us to have this? Obviously with Tailwind CSS we can make use of the grid layout, right? So let's go to our code editor and try to implement that. Right, on our code editor I just minimized this previous implementation that we did on top. So let me just minimize it here like that. Then on here what we need is this kind of code, right? So this code, let me just get hold of all the imports that we need, right? I've just imported this class name here, right? Okay, right, so I've imported it here. Remember it was created by shardcn when we installed shardcn, right? Okay, so this is what we're working on right now, this layout, right? So you can see it's a grid and it's got columns of seven columns, right? Okay, now that it has got 7 columns, how we're gonna style it in a way that is easy to read. All right, so you see there's a div that we have inside, and that div has got a height of 10, which is basically 2.5 rems, right? And what you want to do is going to be a grid and place a content center. So you can check the Tailwind CSS and see what that is, what this does, right? Okay, so what are we doing now? We're actually mapping over our days, right? Remember our get days function here that we get from here. It's called previous days, current days, and forward days, right? So it also takes in an input, right? Here we actually initialized it here with month and year, right? So here what are we doing, right? We need the month as well as the year, right? So what are we doing? We're saying the month on this one should be basically be today.month, and again we are making use of our day.js package, right? You can see the month as 0 indexed, so January is month 0, right? So if you go to day.js documentation, you can learn more on how you can make use of the methods and how you can manipulate this, right? Now our day.js, if we map over, we are mapping over, and what we are mapping over is actually the date, current month, and today. So basically this is what we have, this object that we have here. So it's an array where we can have current month, the date, and today, right? So that's what we are mapping over here, right? So this is how we can implement it, right? And obviously if we are mapping over something in an array, we need a key, right? So the key will be an index. So the second parameter here will be an index, just like that. Then the first parameter is actually structured here into date, current month, or today, right? Then in our h1, right, this h1, where is that h1? What is that h1? H1 is basically this element here, right? So wherever there's a number inside, that's our h1. So what are we doing in our h1? What we are doing is say, if it's not the current month, please make that text inside to be of this color, text slate 400. But if it's today, right, make the background blue and make the text white. So let's see, we'll see when we load it here, right? We'll see when we load it here. Okay, so for that, let me just quickly save here and let me reload our project we're working on. So while that is loading, let me quickly go back again to keep on explaining. Right, so if it's today, make the background blue and the text white, right? Then on this particular h1, it should be of same height, same width. We're going to give it a little bit of padding, and it's going to be like a grid sort of, right? And all these other properties just like that, right? Then inside now, using our day.js package, we are manipulating the date. So what are we doing? Let me hover my cursor here, right? It says get the date of the month, right? Which is actually the numbers from 1 to 31. Okay, So from our date that we get from our array here, if we implement this method that say date.date, that method, we actually get a number which either 1 or 31, right? Okay, so everything that we're getting here right now, it's either the current days, previous days, or the forward days, right? Okay, and we also need to know what's the current month and also what is the current day, right? Otherwise we can just simply display the day today here, right, from our array. So our array has got actually an object where you can have the date either for previous day, today, current month, or the upcoming month, right? So once we have that, let's head over to our project that we're working on. There you see it says fully loaded, and you can see when the day is today, the background is blue and the text is white, right? I've also added some extra tailwind CSS, just like if you hover on it, the background just turns to black, right? Okay, so that's it, right? So now what we need to do, let's actually add those labels here on top to indicate like this column is for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, just like that. We need to implement it here, and that's easy to implement. So let's go to our code and see how we can implement that. Right, so we are in this section. We are done with this div here that shows our days, right? Like numbers, it shows our numbers, right? So you're 1, 31, 2, you know, depending on that day of the month. So we are done with that. Then the grid is grid column 7, right? We can do the same as well in terms of getting the labels, right? It's simple and straightforward how we can do that, right? So we can basically make use of, let me quickly get that code and put it just there on top, right? Please also take note of this section, right? And also of the tailwind CSS properties that we have here, right? Then just below here, I'm just going to paste this code, right? This code is actually getting the days of the week. So let's import them from the get days inside lib, just like that, right? So the days of the week, we're just mapping over the day. And also let's take a second parameter, which is optional, which is index. Whenever we're mapping on something, we always need that index, right? So that React knows which element is it manipulating at a particular point in time. So we're just returning simply an h1 here, and it's got a height of 10, and we give it all these other properties, just like that, right? If we save and refresh, we should be able to see Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday here, right? So let's refresh. While that is still happening, let's look at our completed code, right? On our completed code project, you can see there's also extras, right? Like in terms of events, you can see I can hover here and show like there's an event, right? And also there's also a grayish background whenever it's an event. So I think that to implement it later on, but for now you can see our calendar is complete, right? I think it's fully loaded here. You can see now there's those labels. So the next part that we need to come back to fix here is actually adding events. But yeah, let's move to the next step, right? So the next step that we want to implement is actually taking care of users, so that we have a user. There's some things that we need to do there so that the user can be able to apply for leave, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Currently on the project we're working on, if you click onto users here, like on the users route, you can see there is no route, and the URL where we are, it's actually dashboard/users. So basically what we're doing, we're trying to work as an administrator, right? So this account, which is actually logged in, is an administrator, right? So we haven't implemented restrictions or like authorizations, you know, to restrict regular users to access these routes. So we're going to do that later on. So we're working on the portal. there are some things which are going to be seen by everyone on the portal, which is basically the calendar as well as these current year balances, right? But there's some routes which are only going to be seen by the administrator, right? If we go on our completed project, this account is actually an administrator account. If we navigate to the URL of the dashboard/users, you can be able to see like there is a simple table there. It shows you the name, the emails, as well as all these other fields here, right? So we would like to be able to actually have a user in our database where we can be able to actually edit that person details, right, as well as add credits here as well, right? So let's just currently work on that. So we have a table, so we are using our CN UI and we are on table. Make sure you go there, you copy the command, you go into your text editor, right, and make sure you actually install that table just like that. Okay, while that is installing, let's go and look again at our current project, right? And we're going to have a reusable component which is called a table wrapper. We're going to create that. We're going to be using it on multiple occasions, so we're going to create that table wrapper just like that. Okay, and also the other things we're going to be implementing, how we can fetch this data, right? How we can fetch this data as an administrator and be able to display it here, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that now on our project that we're currently working on, right? So let me just go back here. Now working on our users route, dashboard users route, right? What we need to do inside the dashboard route, let's put a sub route called users there, right? Make sure it's really inside dashboard users, then create a page.tsx. Then what you need to do is just initialize that page, right? But before we do that, we also need other files, right? So inside users, create also a file called users table, right? Make sure it's users, not user like what I just did here. Users table, right? Then inside your common folder, also have another file called table wrapper.tsx, right? Just like that. Okay, then inside your lib, create a folder called data. Then inside data, create a file called getUserData.ts, right? Simply follow those steps just like that, right? Okay, I'm going to explain, right? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, instead of me wasting your time typing word for word, I can explain the code and you see how it works, right? Let's go into get users data. What is it that you want to do here, right? This is basically what you want to do, right? Okay, let me make all my imports there, right? We want to get hold of the currently logged in user, right? We want to make sure we get the current user who's actually logged in. Then what can we do? We need to create a function called get all users, right? So who's that person who's allowed to get all users? Obviously it's the administrator. So we say logged in user is get the current user who's logged in. If there's no logged in user, just return an empty array, right? So here we just simply gating data, right? So I don't think we need to make use of an API and be able to show a response to a user. Let's just get the data. If the data is not there, let's just return an empty array, right? Then let's check if this user is actually an administrator, right? If the user logged in user.row is equals to admin, if that person is not an administrator, just return a empty array, right? Yes, we're going to implement middleware later on where only a user who's actually an admin is going to be able to access this route. But just for best practices, I also have some type guards here. I also have some authorization guards here that I've implemented. We need to make sure the user is logged in, and also need to make sure the person is an admin who's logged in, right? So if we pass all these checks, what are we doing? From our Prisma, we just say try const user data get users from our database, right? So we're saying prisma.user find many, right? And in our case, we just want to order them by name, right? So those users, we order them by name, so alphabetically, right? Name descending, just like that. Then we want to return an array of users, right? That's what we're basically doing here, right? If there's an error, just throw an error, say error fetching all users, right? So this is exactly what this code is doing. If you're a beginner, I kindly ask you to really type this code. You get an understanding, right? In typing, you also make some mistakes on your own, then you can be able to refer to the completed code and fix those errors. I really encourage that, right? Once we had that get user data function right in place, right, let's head over now to creating the table wrapper, right? So the table wrapper, what we need is this code, right? Let's make sure I'm going to import everything here, right? So this is just a parent component. All our tables, they're going to be wrapped inside here, right? So we just want to make sure like it's got an overflow of Y auto, right? So that we can be able to scroll top to bottom, right? Without the page overflowing our page, our current view, right? Exactly. So make sure it has all those you know, tailwind CSS properties, right? You can even make your own design, so that's why I'm not even wasting much time here on typing this tailwind CSS, because you can always make your own design, right? So once we have that table wrapper in place, the next stage now that we need to do is to go to our user table, right? Remember, it should be users table. I'm gonna fix that in a moment, right? Let me just populate the code here that we need, and I'll explain it, right? Cool. Right, so this is actually users table, right? Let me save it. Let me explain now what's happening here. So we are actually importing the components from CN, right? We're importing a table as well as the badge. You know the drill, what to do. Go to CN documentation. If it's the badge, make sure you copy the CLI, go to your terminal on your project, on your code editor, paste it in and install that dependency. So we're importing the badge as well as what? The table, right? So once we have that, the badge and the table, let's go back to our code editor. Simple and straightforward. If you also want to see how this code is being implemented, you can check here on CN code. You can see exactly what they're doing here. That's what I did as well, right? This is the data. So for us, it's actually the users. Then you return a table, right? Then you can customize it to how you wanna see your table. So that's basically what we just did, right? It's only like ours, we're customizing it according to our own design, right? So we are returning a table here, but you can see our table is actually taking you know, props, right? The users, right? Okay, where are we getting these users? We're gonna see where we're gonna get these users, right, later on, right? But it takes those properties, right? And the user type is from Prisma client. Remember when we did the project setup, I showed you the Prisma client, right? So for our table headers, we need these you know, headings, right? Your role, your job title, department, phone, email, name, and avatar, right? And also we can say edit or add leave credits, right? I'm gonna show you how these ones gonna work, right? So from the users, right, the users that we're going to get from as props here, then we map over them, right? We just show now the properties of each and every user, right? Exactly. So these properties you can see when we can see on our database schema, right? You can see on our Prisma schema here, you can check those properties for the user. You can actually see them here, right? So that's basically what we're getting, right? So we have our user table right in place, straightforward, straight to point, and also we are getting holding of an avatar here. We're making use of an avatar here to nicely show, right, the face of a person here. Make sure you update your code to be exactly like mine, right? As you can see here, from top all the way to bottom, just like that. You update your code. Then now inside the page.tsx, right? This is what we want to do. We want to initialize this page, and let's just get rid of all these components that we also need inside here, right? Let's get all of that. So we need a container just to make sure like we wrap everything to the center nicely and straightforward. Then now we actually import the table wrapper. That table wrapper, it also takes the props, which is like a title. Let's check it. There's a title is mandatory, and also children, right? So we take that table. Inside the table wrapper, that's where we import our users table, this users table, right? We insert it inside the table wrapper, right? Then it gets the user props, right? So you see now what we're doing. This is actually an async page component, right? So that we can make use of our weight. So we are actually getting our users from this function here, from Prisma. We're getting those users. We pass them as props to what? To the table, to the users table here, right? Once they're there, we display them. But that table is actually in what? A table wrapper, right? Okay, I'm gonna quickly refresh our page where we are working on right now. Okay, so currently there it is. So let's just navigate to the users page here. We should be able to see exactly what we see is here, right? Depending on how many people are actually logged in or actually signed up for this particular application, right? Okay, so let's refresh. Let's wait for it so that you can go to this route and be able to show users here. Our page is fully loaded. You can see now, right? You can see on this route here, port 3000 dashboard /users, which is different from port 3001, right? Exactly. So we're here on the project we're working on. You can see the avatar is there. Those headings are all there, right? And you can see the role of this person is actually admin as an admin. So this person doesn't have other details here, right? So let's go ahead now and just fix this to also make sure like we have an option to be able to edit here, a button, or simply to be able to add credits, right? So the flow we want to follow before a person applies for a leave, they should have some credits, right? Exactly. So we want to implement this feature. Then after this, implementing this feature, we can go back again to the portal so that the person can be able to actually apply for a leave, right? So they should be able to come back here and apply for a leave, but they should not be able to apply for a leave without having credits, right? So that's why we are working on the users now. So let's work on these components here, edit leave as well as add leave credits, right? Let us examine our completed project, right? So on the users, in terms of admin users here, if we click on this button here that says that's under add leave credits, right? If we click on it, we can be able to actually put in some credits here, right? And you can see it says annual credit, family credit, here the credit. So we need a way of how to actually write this in a more reusable manner, write this component in a more reusable manner, clean and concise, right? And if we click submit here, we're actually making a call to an API route, right? So what's the difference between me actually making an API call versus just getting data without making use of an API, right? So the simple thing is that we just want to get a hold of an API. We don't need a response to show to the user that, hey, you've done wrong something A or B, just as we're doing here. See, if we are doing this and you say submit, we need some form of an indication of what went wrong, from the server. We need to communicate to the user, but in terms of just fetching data, we don't need that. So that's why you see on our code, in terms of fetching data, we're just simply saying get user data, right? And taking advantage of server components, we can actually be able to just do a fetch of data here, right? And simply show it here. And you can see on our get user data, we can be able actually to show, right, like an error. This can be logged in on your console, right, or displayed, or simply just return an empty array, right, so that nothing will show there on the user table on the page, right, if there's no user, right? Okay, so right now what do we need to do? We need to be able to add credits. That's the first part we're starting to be able to add credits, and these are the credits. So depending on your organization or country, there might be different terms here that you use, right? So I'm sure these are the more basic ones, so we're just putting the more basic ones, right? You don't need to put a credit for unpaid leave. That just can, you know, be awarded to a person, right? Okay, so what we need to do, we need on our code, what we need is an API, right? So inside API we need a new route here, right? We need a new route called balances, right? Then after that, then we can have a component inside users that says, you know, add credit, something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement that. Inside our API folder, let's create a subfolder called balance. Then we're going to be using a route handlers. Then we just say route.ts, right? So what is it that we want to do here? We just want to basically create our API, right? So let's just make use of this function and say export async function post, right? Rec, then the type of request will be next request, right? Let's import that from the next server, right? Then we need something like a, you know, auth guard here, right? We need to check who's the logged in user, right? It's not everyone who's supposed to add credits, only the allowed users, right? So we need to check if the user who's adding credits here is actually part of the, you know, included rows, right? So that's what that function does. If is not allowed rows, doesn't include the logged in user row, right? Let's throw an error. Okay, so let's make sure like we import the current user function, the get current user function, and also let's create the allowed rows here, right? Let's just put it as a form of an array, and let's include the rows there. And also it should be of a type of a row, so we need to get that from what? Prisma client, right? Just like that. Then let's go ahead. We wanna make sure like we log in what we get from the, you know, from the what do you call it, from the client, right? So this is the backend, right? So this is our function, right? So we're making use of route handlers here, right? So ladies and gentlemen, the documentation is our big friend, right? So if you go to Next.js under route handlers, you can see this function. That's exactly what I'm following, right? Ours actually, we are saying API, right? We just want to, you know, maintain the old standard way of doing things and also inform what we are doing, right? So this is the code that I'm following. You can see it's exactly the same. I'm saying export async function post, right? And I'm just putting a type guard here, right? We don't have an external URL, right? So we are not doing that, right? But it's actually a post method that we're receiving here, right? And we have a type guard. Then we're just putting everything in a try catch block so that we can be able to what? To receive promises from our client, right? Okay, so that's what I'm following, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll be able to do a read through as well so that you can know what I'm doing, right? It's very important. Okay, let's go back to our code, right? So API balance route, then let's leave it like that. Then in our UI, what we need to do under users, right? We need other files, the one called add credits, right? And credit field. So just type those ones out, create those ones, and I'll show you how each and every one works. Let me just go first in the add credits, right? This add credit, we're going to import it here inside our user table, right? So instead of having this hard-coded p tag here, we're going to have the add credits component there, right? So let's go ahead and actually already import it here, right? Exactly, just like that. So you can see, right? Add credits, it's going to take in these props, the email, user email, as well as what? The username as string. So all of them should be a string. So we're importing that. As you can see, we're already receiving errors because we haven't implemented that, right? So let's go and implement the add credits right here. I'm just going to populate code here, right? Remember I said our code will be, you have to be very concise, right? So what are we doing here? It's a client component, right? In the client component, we are actually importing all these other things, yeah, that we need. We need the router, we need the user router, we need a toast to be able to show errors or success messages to the user, right? And we need these events like a form event and use state. And we also need a sub child component called credit field. All right, so let me go ahead and actually populate code for credit field again, right? So I've uploaded, right? I've populated it, right? So what do we have in the credit field right here? So this is basically the field that we have here. Let me go to the completed project. You can see this is the field that we have, this field here. You can see it's an input field, right? It's an input field. So I'm getting hold of input field as well as the label, right? So if you go to our chassis N, I'm getting hold of the label and also getting hold of what? The input. Where can I find the input? There we go. And as usual, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know where to get this code, just click here. You can see there's the code that we're getting here, right? Okay, let's go back to our code editor, right? In our code editor, we need a credit field, which shows a label on top and also an input, right? So this is just a div that we're returning. But you can see our component is actually taking in is actually having a method or a function here, right, where we can be able to trigger an event as it happens, right? So we're getting hold of on change that we are getting as a prop, right? Yeah, right. So this will be passed from the parent, right? So these are the other props that we need as well from the parent, right? So that credit field, let's take a look at it inside our add credits here, which is the parent component, right, of this credit field there. Right. Before we go that, we're going to be making use of fetch API, right? So our fetch API is going to hit this route here, which is what we did here, right? So we're going to say await fetch, the method is a post, then the body, we're gonna send the body, we're gonna stringify formatted values, right? Then if everything is fine, show us a toast to say credits have been submitted, right? And we have this function here that says set open to false, right? It means that according to our dialog wrapper, right, you can see on our add credits here as well, we've got a dialog wrapper here, right? So our dialog wrapper optionally takes in that function, right? That function allows us to, when we hit submit and everything goes well, the dialog should be able to close automatically without human interference, right? So we'll see that in action, right? So on our add credits, what we are returning is actually the dialog wrapper with the titles and all the other properties, right? It's not a button, it's an icon. So we are taking an icon, right? Then inside this dialog wrapper, we have a form. Our form is kind of special. This code is like clean and concise, right? We're returning a div, then we're mapping everything credit.map, right? And get out of the credit field, right? So this is what happens, right? On our credit field, it takes the key, which is a type. So where are we getting these keys? So these keys, we're actually getting them from credit types here, right? You see credit types here. We have credit types here. I've just put them here for readability purposes. Our credit types are like this, right? Annual, family, health, study material, right? So we map over them. Once we map over them, right, let me just minimize this so that you can be able, let me minimize this function, right? We map over them, right? So the key will be the credit type. So if it's annual plus the suffix, right? What is the suffix here? It's basically credit, right? Okay, the name, type, suffix, then the label. We also get out of the label, right? So the label will be the type, character. All right, so what we are basically doing here is actually to capitalize, you know, because you can see here they're in lowercase, right? They're in lowercase here. Why do we have them in lowercase here? Why do we have them in lowercase here? It's because of our schema type here, the data that we're going to send to our database, right? It's going to be something like maternity lowercase used, maternity available, something like that, right? So what we're going to send is annual credit, health credit, something like that, right? So yeah, it's a huge refactoring that we did here, but at the end we get the benefit of small, readable, and scalable code, right? Okay, right. So on change, what are we doing? We're getting we are doing this function handle credit change, right? We get off the type and the value, right? The value is a number, right? So of a type of a number, right? Okay, then we hit the button, the submit button right here. Okay, let's get all of our credit field again. See our credit field, right? It's taking in the label and the input of the type of number. If we hit handle change, what's going to happen? It's going to say, if we click on annual, it's going to put the value to annual credit in this form here, right? Okay, right, then let's take a look at our submit function, right? We need form event here, right, which is of a type HTML form event. So this is TypeScript. Then we press event default here, right? So what are we doing? We are saying try to do this, right? Try to do this. We need a year, right? And we need formatted values, right? So this is the information we're going to send to our backend, right? We need the formatted the credit values here, right? Right. So the credit values is in a form of a key value per key string, right? Right. So it's gonna be in this form. Annual credit is string or number, right? Exactly. All right, so let's go ahead and analyze our code, right? Then we're going to send those formatted values to the backend, right? For now, there's nothing much that I can explain further, right? Except that I need to explain this as well. This method here, we are sending it as a prop actually to the child component here, right? So in summary, let's visualize what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, if we click here, this is our input, this is our credit input, right? If we do anything like outer state here, if we can change the state here, right, the handle credit change function is actually handling things at the back end, right? So it's actually handling whenever we make a change, that change is being handled by that function, right? But that function, we're passing it as a prop to the child. So yeah, basically, right? And the value we're sending is actually a type of a number, right? Okay, then we have a form. If we click on submit, we have this function here which says sync function submit credits, right? All right, then also I've just initialized our set open state for our dialog component, right? Okay, so what we did here in our route, right, in our API, right, we just want to log in that error, right? So let me maximize here our terminal here and just check what comes here, right? Okay, so let's go on our project we're working on. We already have the plus button. Let's toggle it and let's just say 10, 21 here or 10 here, and let's hit submit button, right? We should be able to log something in the console, I mean in the terminal, right? Okay, we are still making a call to the terminal. Let's wait for it, or rather let me maximize a little bit here. All right, we're getting an error. What is the error saying? Error, no response is returned from route handler. Okay, all right, what we need to do, we actually need to make a return here, right? So we need to return something here. We need to return something here. Okay, so the way we do it in route handlers, let's just return a next response, right? And we JSONify it, right? Just like that. Okay, if everything goes well, we just say message success and status 200, right? Okay, cool. Right, let's import it from next server. Otherwise, if there's an error, we need to log that error, right? We need to log that error and just perhaps return a response, right? Return a response and say internal server error, right? So currently just log in what you're receiving from the front end. Let's go again to our thing and let's click submit. Let's check our terminal and see what we get. Okay, we're still making a code here. Right, okay, so this is what we're getting. What are we getting here? It's a promise, right? Okay, this is what we're getting, right? rec.json. Actually, we need to say console log body, right? It's the same as well, right? Okay, let's handle that. All right, since we're getting a promise pending here, it means we need to await what we're console logging, right? So I just say const body is equals to await rec.json, right? And let's log in that body, right? So whatever we're getting from the client, we need to log it in here, right? So let's go now here and say let's add some like random numbers here, right? 12 and let's say 12, right? And say 14, right? And click submit, right? Once we do that, there is the things that we're getting. You see, it's being logged in here, right? Now the other thing that I've just noticed, right, there is no toast. Remember, we have our React toast that we implemented here. So if I try to add something here, we should be able to get a response, and we show that response to the user, right? Click here, we have everything here, right? But we should be able to see a toast here, right? So let's quickly go ahead and implement a toast so that we can be able to show the user what's happening, right? We need to show the user feedback. All right, so for us to be able to share toast, what we need to do inside the main layout folder, right? The main layout file, right? We need to import a toaster here, right? So what we can basically do, I just realized one thing. We have a way we would like to have dark mode here, right? I've just seen like we haven't implemented it as yet, although in our package.json we have a dependency that can handle that for us, right? Called Next-Themes, right? So make sure you install this dependency if you don't have, right? So once we have that installed, right, just go inside this level of your app directory, right, which is actually the root of your app directory, that level. Just here, just create a new file, right? Just create a new file here, and this file we would like to call it providers.tsx, right? So providers.tsx, just like that, right? Once you're done doing that, then you can just here simply have this code, right? You can just simply have this code with you, right? Simple and easy, straightforward to follow, right? It's a client component, right? Once you have it, then inside your layout.tsx, just import it inside there. So let's go inside the layout.tsx, and would like to get hold of providers, right? Okay, providers, then just after HTML here, right, then we can just simply say actually is inside body, right? Inside body here, right, we need to have this, right, providers, and let's import it from the file we just created right now, right? Let's import it. There it is. We import it. Then the children, let's remove it from here, right? Okay, right. Then we have children here inside providers, right? Exactly, simple like that, right? Let's just format everything nicely, right? Just like that. Okay, so what we did in the providers file.tsx, right? We're just making use of our client component items here, right? Then we are actually importing the toaster. We put it at the top here, right? So the reason why we are putting the toaster here is because we want to access it from a top level, so that it's accessed throughout the application, right? So once we have that out of the way, we also have a way of handling next themes, actually, right? Handling dark mode or light mode, right? We also have that. So we should be able to have a toaster on our on our project that we're working on, right? So let's just put in some random numbers here, right? And just click submit, right? We're still hitting the API balance API route at the moment, right? We might just need to refresh. Right, our page is refreshed. Let's just click here and just add some files here, some data, sorry, and let's click submit, and you can see we are receiving a response from our server, right? Just like that. And also let's try our dark mode, light mode. See, you can totally, it's working, right? So kindly go ahead and make sure like you have included that providers file and you import it in your layout.txt. So this is the main layout.txt, right? Okay, so once we have that out of the way, let's now go ahead and complete our API, right? As you can see here, the data that we're getting from our client, right, is in this form, right? So we need a way of handling it out so that we can send that to store in a database, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Right, let's complete our balance API here, right? I want you to take note of some things. You see the kind of data structure that we're getting from our client, right? It's of these types, right? So actually we've got an annual, right, which is of type number, and an email, year, and name, which is of type strings, right? So what we can do basically is that we can give type, since you're using TypeScript, on top here we can just say type, right, submitted credits, and give them these types, right? Exactly, just like that, right? So once we know those types, we want to just make sure everything is typed, we minimize bugs, right? Then we go in our try catch block and you say const body, we're expecting these type of fields, right? You see, right? And you say await reg.json, right? Then we destructure. Now we are destructuring here, right? You can just destructure here and say consts annual blah blah blah, everything is goes to body, right? We need to do something first. We need to check if there's no existing balance or there's no existing credit for this particular user, right? So how can we do that? So from the email that we're getting as well as the year that we're getting, we say const check existing credits, right, where the email and the year match, right? So if there's existing credits, right, so basically what we're doing, you should not have multiple credits for a year. You should only have one credit entry for a user inside your database, right? So if there's an existing user, return a response and say credits for this current period already exist, right? Otherwise, if that's not the case, go ahead and create the balances, right, which is actually basically the credits, right? Go and create, and the data that we need is the name of that person you're creating credits for, their email, their year, and on the annual credit field just put the annual number. So these are actually numbers, you see. Put the study, put the maternity, put the paternity, right? If everything goes well, return a response to the client that says whoops, success. Otherwise then error, send an error to the client, back to the client, right? So that's the complete code for our balance API, right, that allows us to add credits, right? Okay, right, let's see that in action actually, right? So previously we just console logging our details here, right? So for now what we just need to do is actually to add these credits, right? One thing I need you to take note of, let me just quickly refresh here, is actually the structure of our schema. Let's get hold of our structure for our schema, right? You can see in our module balances here, right, there is actually other fields that we're not adding right for now when we're adding the balance, right, because they are default fields, right? So everything is defaulted to 0000000 here, right? Okay, so we are only adding the credit, right? Credit, just like that, exactly. And it's of a type of integers, all these things, right? Obviously we need a name and email, right? Exactly. And there's a a relationship between the email to the user here, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and check this in action. Let's go here and say add, right? So if we miss this field, it's going to be 0 in the database, right? Okay, so we're just going to miss these two fields. Annual credit, let's say 21, family credit, let's say 8, health credit, let's say 7, and study credit, let's say 9. And let's hit submit button. If everything goes well, we should be able to see a toaster here. This is our API being reached. We're hitting our API here, right? Okay, since I've got two servers, it's kind of slow, right? Okay, let me show again. We're still hitting our server. There is a toast, which means there's an entry into our database, right? That's a success, right? So let me try to add again, right? Remember, it only allows us to add one credit entry for a user in a year. What if we try to do it for again for that particular user? Say it says credits for this for the current period already exists, which means if we have to go into our Prisma Studio just to see how the structure is of our database, right? So here, let me just say yarn Prisma Studio, right? If I do like that, we should be able to see the data inside our database, right? So let's go to our browser. Let me maximize here, right? Okay, let me manually close this, right? And also close these other ones, we don't need them here. We should be able to see a tab opening for Prisma Studio here, right? Once we have that, let's just check into the balances, right? You can see this is the entry that we just entered right now. You can see, right? The other fields that we left is just zeros on them, right? So that's it successfully, right? So the next element we need just to fix is actually to be able to edit a user, right? So let's go ahead quickly while we are here to edit each and every user who's actually using our portal or our dashboard or our platform, right? Let's go and do that. So for us to do that as well, on our code editor, we need an API, right? We need an API route here that we can call, perhaps we can call it a user, right? So inside there we should be able to edit user, and the method is a patch, right? So as well as inside our users route inside dashboard here, we should have other components that can allow us to edit user. So we're going to call that component edit user, right? Then we're going to import it inside the user table, right? So let me close these other tabs that we don't need for now. Let me close all, right? So what we're doing inside API, let's create a route called user, right? We're gonna call it user here, then we're gonna implement the route handler, then we're gonna create a component inside users called edit user, right? So in our route handler here, the method is gonna be patch, right? So let's quickly go ahead and implement that. Okay, our user registration, or rather user creation, is actually done at login, right? So our Next-Auth is actually helping us to do that, to put an entry into the database of the user, right? So the only entries that we get from Superbase into our database are from Next-Auth into our database, right? It's basically these details here. Let's just quickly take a look at them, right? So it's just like the name, email, image, right? The row we've set it to default, right? So the other ones, they're just optional. The other fields here are just optional. So what does it mean that we're doing on our side? Let's create our root handler here, right? So the way we are going to create it, right, we want to be able to patch the user details, right? So we create a folder inside API called user. Then inside we create a dynamic API route, right? We put it in square brackets just like that, and we just name what you want to name it. You can just say ID or just use ID. I just prefer to say use ID to be more descriptive, right? And let's create a file inside user ID, which is, you know, with curly braces like this, right? And code route.ts, right? Once you created that, so let's quickly populate our code. Our code is not different, far much different from what we've done in the balance API before, right? So let me just quickly populate it here, then explain it, right? Okay, so as usual, we need to get the current user, because we need that user to just get hold if that user is actually has a role which is allowed to perform this action. For now, we're just saying the user should be an admin, right? So we get that from our lib session file. Then we check in the login user here. If the user is not an admin, we throw an error, right? Then inside here, we actually want to get something from the client, right? So we want to get the body from the client, and we're going to type it out here as well using types, right? So these are the details that we're expecting from the client, right, side of things, right? Okay, so we need an edit user body, which is exactly like that. We just need the phone, department, ID, title, as well as the row, right? Okay, then we just do a destructuring here, right? Exactly. Then we now need to do an update. What are we updating? Update a user where the ID is equals to this ID here, right? Then the data that we need is actually these 4 fields here, as you can see here, right? Then if everything goes well, let's return a response and say success with the status of 200. Otherwise, let's just return an error, right? So this is basically exactly the same what we did on the balance API, right? So once we have that out of the way, then inside our users route inside the dashboard, remember these are actually admin users, right? These are actually admin users here, right? So inside here, let's create a file called edit user. So edit user, right? That file it's going to have this code here, right? Okay, I've pasted the code here, right? It's just quite long, yeah, but what we need to get hold of here, the dependencies, is actually all these dependencies here, right? So what you can do, if you go to shardcn here, right, if you install this component here called forms, right? If you install 4 forms here, right, yarn, I'm using yarn, then in your terminal just install it, and it says done here, right? It will come with React hook form dependence, as well as Zod, as well as also as the Zod resolver, right? So it comes with those, right? Then the rests, we just get them from either our components that we've created on our own, or we import them from the dependencies, right, that we have in the package.json, right? Okay, so make sure you have those dependencies. Then the other components you need from shardcn is actually the command, right? The command as well as the popover, right? You're gonna need those ones, right? Make sure you actually install them like this, like what I did, right? Obviously you need a button as well, and you need an input element, and you need this icon, and you need this utility, the class name utility for Tailwind from lib.utils. Then you need some dummy data from the dummy data file. So go ahead again, inside your lib, just inside your lib folder, create a file called dummies-data.ts and populate this, right? Just populate this dummy data. So what you need is just the lib types, organizational department, organizational title, right? So this is basically for demonstration purposes. Otherwise you will be putting these in your settings, right? But for quick demonstration, just make sure you have them here, right? Once that is done, then we are on edit user, right? Once that is done, right, let's take a look into our code, right? The edit user will actually get the props, right, which is user props. Where are we getting them from? From the user table. So in the user table here, we've got a hard-coded p tag here, right? So let's import this child component here, edit user, just like that, right? And make sure it's imported here, right, inside the user table. Let's go back to it and see the components, right? Let me minimize some of these ones here. We don't need them as yet. Let me minimize this. We don't need them in our explanation as yet. Okay, so it's a dialog wrapper, right? It's a dialog that will show up and it's got all these properties, right? The open, then set open, just like that. Then we're now using the form component from CN, right? And we do it like that, right? So how did I know to come about with this kind of a code that I wrote here? Yes, you guessed it, I got it from here, CN. This is where I get how to write that code that we have there, right? So what you can do, you can just simply, make sure like you follow here what's being said here, right? So this is exactly what I'm following. Then I'm just twisting it and adjusting it according to how I want my form to be like, right? So you can see here, it's straightforward. If you just follow this documentation, it gives you a guideline of how to create your own form, right? Okay, let's go to explain. So there is a form, right? This is I think this is a form that we're getting from, this is a normal form, right? This is a normal standard HTML form, right, which is inside the form of CN, right? And we spread in the form. So our form is actually the details, right? So here there's a mixture of using React hook form, Zod, right, and also the basic HTML form, right? So if you follow CN guidelines, it's exactly like what I'm following here, right? You will need a form field. In that form field, you need a form label. Then you can either have what exactly you want to capture, right? So inside an input, I want to capture the phone string there, right? Then you spread the field just like that, right? You spread the fields just like that. Okay, so you can see the pattern is basically the same, right, on these form fields here, right? So let me just minimize all of these ones just like that. Okay, so you can see what we are doing on rows, right? On rows here, we're actually getting hold of user rows, what we get from our dummy data, right? Then we actually making sure like we select user row find row, which is equals to the value. That's what's going to be set as the selected row here, right? Then there's also some nice things that CN component does here, like if you want to show some error messages alongside with Zod as well, right? You can do things like a button, you can put it, you can give it a variant, that button, right? And if the field is not valued, then the text should be muted in the foreground, right? Just to have a nice grayish color, right? Okay, right. then some of the things, they will really make sense if we have to actually see them in action. So let's go in the completed code and click here, right? So you can see all right, let's actually go to the code you're working here on, right? You can see if there is no value, then on the background there is that text which is kind of like muted, right? It's a grayish color, right? So that's what we're trying to describe here in terms of this design that we have, like for example here, right? Like for example here, right? So there's more components and various components that we're mixing so that we get the actual design that we need. For example, we're making use of a command, right, which is inside a popover, right? A command which is inside a popover. So if we go to the project, you can see here the command, then there's a popover just like that. So basically that's what we're doing, right? So we can even search for what we're looking for, right? Yeah, just like that. So I really like this UI library. It's very handy and quick to use, this CN library, right? So like I said, I'm just following what they're giving us here, and also manipulating and adjusting to according to our liking, right? Okay, that's the design side of things. You can make your own designs according to you, right? But the most important aspects I will need you to pay attention to is basically, let's take a look at this Zodia, right? So we are validating the user inputs here as you get them from a user, right? So for example, a phone should be at least maximum 50 characters, right? So if you come on our phone field here and we want to try to put something like more than 50 characters, for example, we should be able to get an error, right? You see, string must contain at most 50 characters, you see, just like that. And all other fields that we've marked like they're required, you can see here there's actually an indication in red tell us like these fields are required, you must do something about it, right? Okay, so let me just close here and refresh. So it means then we're making use of that validation, just like here, right? Exactly. All right, so where are we making that validation? Let's look into our form here, right? So our form, we're making use of use form that we get from React forms, and the default values now, just because we are actually patching or editing this, the default values should be the current logged in, the current not the current user, but that particular user with their details, right? So if there are other details, if they are available, you can just show them here, right? Otherwise we can just go straight into discussing this submit edit user function, right? We are making a call to our API /user ID, and the method is page, right? Then if everything goes well, we show a toast, otherwise we show an error message here, right? So that's basically what we are doing. And what we're sending the values and the ID, right? The ID, we get it from the user that we get from these props, yeah, right? So this is the code, simple and straightforward to follow, right? So once you have that, let's just go and try to hit our API URL and see if we can be able to edit something here. Okay, so here I'm gonna put in a phone number, just like that. Select the department, I'll say tech, then the title, if they are predefined titles, just say senior developer, then the role, we just leave it as an admin, just like that. Okay, then we click submit, right? If everything goes well, we hit our database, we should be able to see a toast here, and also this one should automatically close, right? So let's wait for that. Yeah, I have got a lot of things open here, so my server is kind of slow, right? But if everything goes well, we should be able to see a toast just like that, and there's an automatic closure of the dialog box, and you can see these details have already been updated without me actually refreshing, right? So it means on our code there's something that we also implemented as well, which is actually a router.refresh. So we are actually making use of next router, right? So we get that from use router from next navigation. Sorry, we're not using next router, we're using actually next navigation, right? Exactly, right? So that's it. So pretty much we are done with you know, this section here, this user route here, right? Okay, it means you can be able to add credits for a user. Now that means this particular user or any user can actually be able to submit leaves, right? So let's go back now to the beginning of welcoming banner, and let's make sure we, you know, we're able to submit a leave from there. All right, looking at the completed project, what you are able to do is actually to click here, select a leave. You can select any leave that you have, then you can select the dates that you want for a leave as a user, right? Just like that, and be able to put some extra notes if there is need for, right? And click submit, right? If everything goes well, you should be able to see a toast here, right, to say your leave has been updated, right? So that's the same concept you actually want to follow on the project that you are working on right now. Okay, so for us to be able to do that, we need to change our welcome banner. You see, currently on the completed project, this is what we see. So we need to implement the same on the project you're working for, right? So we need to have a form here. Instead of saying hi, we need to have a form just as the one that we see here, right? Okay, so how can we do that? Right, let's go into our code editor and try to populate code now, right? So in our code editor, we are going back to the portal route, right? So this is the route that's either seen by a regular user or an administrator, right? Okay, so inside the welcome, inside the portal, inside the welcome banner, we need to have a request form, right? We need to import it here. So instead of having this, we need actually to have a request form here. So let's check on our request form, right, and see what we can populate. I'm going to populate code here and explain it, right? Okay, this is our request form, right? Let me hit save and I'll explain it, right? So this is basically the same that we've been doing in terms of editing a user before, right? Exactly the same as that, right? And we are making use of your React hook form. We're making use of all these icons that we might need there, right? And we are also importing these components from ShardCN. And one more package that we want to use is called FNS, right? We're going to need that package as well. It's got a different taste of how to manipulate dates, so make sure you go to the documentation here and edit, actually yarn add date FNS, right? There's some ways we'll be using it to manipulate it. Like for example, it can tell us how long ago did the leave got submitted, and also we'll be able to manipulate our date strings into these formats like this, right? Okay, so we need that package as well, right? Okay, so once we have it, then we need also this from ShardCN, the popover, right? And also from our demi data, let's go ahead and get leave types, and also need this class utility, right, for our tailwind classes, merging them. And also we need all these other components from ShardCN, right? Okay, then we also need the toast use date. We're gonna be using them, right? Let me minimize this for now. We'll come back to them again later on after discussing our components, what we are returning. So it's a dialog wrapper. It's got all these properties that we defined, right? And we have a form again from ShardCN. We'll be spreading the form values there, and we have a regular form for HTML, like for HTML that we are familiar with, and inside there, that's where we say form.handle submit, right? So we are making use of React hook form and their guidelines here, right? What they are basically trying to, recommend us of how to do this, right? If you are having difficulty of how to search this, how we get this, kindly go to ChatCN. There's the documentation. It just tells you exactly how to follow this, straightforward, right? Okay, then there are fields that we need. We need the leaf field, where you can be able to select which type of a leaf you want, right? So inside there, we also have a button kind of that can help you to select what you need, right? And also making use of these icons here, that's to make everything nice and clear as you want it, and it will be inside a pop over, right? Okay, right, just like that. Then we also need an option to select leaf types, right? Leaf types, and also we need the dates. We need to be able to select the dates, right? Okay, so we need dates as well, the start date as well as the end date. Those are the fields that we need, right? As you can see here on my date here, is saying it's got implicit as type any, so we need to fix that in terms of types, right? So we need to make sure like we can just give a type of a date, right? So this is actually inclusive in the JavaScript global types, right? Okay, so once we fix that, our errors are gone, right? And also another field is actually the notes field, where we are making use of the text area where users can be able to type. Then we have a button to submit here, right? So that's exactly our request form, how it is basically, right? Please pay attention to it. Make sure you type the code one by one, line by line, I say, right? Let's look at this submit function. What are we doing? We're just doing exactly what we done on the balance submit function as well, right? So we're just spreading the values, all the values that we have, and we making sure now, like on this particular instance, we have to stringify kind of our start date and end date, right? And also we are putting we are sending this user object as well to the back end, right? Just to tell our back end who is applying for the leave, right? You can either do it here, right, for scalability purposes, but in our small application you can actually be able to get hold of the user as well by making use of this get session, right? Get user from here, like what we've been doing before, right? Okay, all right, then we'll need that API where we can send our data. If everything goes well, we show a toast say success. If there's an error, we show the error, just like here, right? Okay, so that's our on submit function. Then according to React React hook forms, right? Where is it? Yeah, React hook form. This is how actually we can get hold of fields, the fields that we need, right? If one of the fields can be blank, this is how we do it. Like for example, it's not mandatory to put notes, you can leave it like blank. So in such an instance, we can just say default values and put an empty string here, right? Okay, then in terms of checking what the user input is actually giving us, and actually letting the user know if there are any errors, right? So for example, there are some fields that you cannot leave blank, so we make use of Zod, and if that link field is blank, we tell the user that please select a leave type, right? So we do that. So this is the implementation. If you want to see how I got to be where I am and customized it, I just followed what I've seen on the Sharding CN UI, right? You can even follow along as well, right? So once you have this, you can just hit save and go in your welcome banner, right? And just get rid of this, right? This previous dialog UI dialog wrapper which was there, and just simply paste in the import actually the request form, right? So once you import the request form, remember the request form is actually getting props, right? So the props is the user, right? So this user, we're actually getting it from here. Remember, this user, we're passing it to the welcome banner, then the welcome banner will pass it to the request form, right? Exactly. Okay, right. So once that is out of the way, then we now need to implement this route handler, right? So the way we do it, under API, create a folder called live, then say route.ts. Once you have that, then you need this code. It's exactly the same how we've been doing it before, right? It's exactly the same how we've been doing it before, except that there are some minor changes that we're doing, right? Remember, from here we are stringifying our dates, right? So when we come here, we need to make sure like those dates, we actually put them back into kind of, you know, date objects that can be saved in the database, right? Exactly. So there's always an issue in terms of dates and, you know, time zones, etc. So making use of functions like these ones will make sure like you actually save the correct dates formats inside your database, right? So in our instance, we're using Postgres SQL database, right? So we can just save it, the dates nicely as this, right? Okay, so let's examine our API. First of all, we need to check the types, what kind of data we're receiving from the front end, and we type it like this, right? So let's check if there's a logged in user, right? Just for regarding our API, right? So if there's no user was logged in, just say return, you know, a next response error, right? Otherwise, from the body, which is of type submitted leave, right, let's just await rec.json, right? From the body, then with the structure, what we need is actually start date, end date, leave, notes, and the user, right? Then we just return back, we just change, right? We just change the strings, right? You can see here, actually it's a string, right, from our front end. So we want to change this string into a date object, right? So if you can see here, we're now changing that into what? Date object. And what are we using? We're using pass ISO from this date FNS, right? So they are now date objects that we can send to the database, right? All right. We also need a way of calculating how many days has the user requested, right? So we don't need to capture that in the front end. We can just do a calculation, since we're actually capturing dates, right? So we can actually calculate how many days is the user actually requested. So this is the way that we can do it. We can just say difference in days, right? So where are we getting difference in days? Again, we're getting it from our package that we just installed now. It can help us in calculating the difference between days, right? Then we add +1, right? Remember, we always start counting at 0, right? So what if a person applies for 1 day? It's 0 + 1, which means that person has got 1 day, right? If a person applies for 2 days, it's actually 1 + 1, right? Okay, then we need to find if there is no existing user existing leave for that same period that the user is applying for, right? So let's just check where the start date, the end date, and the user email are exactly the same. This is not exactly the correct way of doing it, right? But just for demonstration purposes, this is how I'm actually checking if there's an existing leave already for that particular period for that person. So if existing leave, just send back a response, say there's a leave entry already for these periods in the database. So we are alerting the user like you don't need to apply for the leave for these dates, right? Then we also need to save this other particular field in our database. right? We always need to see which year was this particular leave requested, right? So we don't need to ask the user again. So the number of days as well as the year, we don't need to ask the user. We can simply calculate it on our own, right? Okay, so what we can do is just to say after that we create the leave. So these are the fields that we need for us to create a leave, right? If everything goes well, return a response, otherwise return an error, right? Okay, let's hit save. All right, once we hit save, we can just now come to our project that we're working on, right? Let's click apply for leave. There we go. You can see our form and all the designs according to how we like them, right? Then let's try to select a leave which is an annual leave or maybe study leave from the 19th and to the 20th, right? And let's just write some random notes here. Let's actually see what happens, right? All right, you can see there's an error that just happened here, right? Which means there's a leave already that exists for this particular period, right? So we don't need to do that. So let's change and say maybe annual, and let's select maybe the day, which is the 21st all the way to the 23rd, right? And let's just submit. Leave submitted successfully, you see, right? Okay, so that's perfect, right? So when we submit leaves like this, right, let's check. We need now to be able to view those leaves which have been submitted, right? So as a user, you just need to be able to view them as well, your leaves from here, right? So let's go ahead and actually view the submitted leaves on here. Let's go and implement that. All right, let's just look at our completed project here, right? You can see this is the admin dashboard, right? This is the admin route, right? So let's just start with viewing the administrator side of things in terms of leaves which have been submitted, right? You can see there's an option to edit this particular leave, right? We can click here so that we can be able to make a decision. We can either change it to moderation rejected or approved, right? And also you can see the status here, right? So all these details, all right? So this is just a simplified table. You can actually see it's got infinite scrolling here. We're not going to put pagination for now because we don't want to complicate things at this moment, right? So let's actually start with this particular table for leaves, where an administrator can be able to view and also make some edits to it, right? So let's go and take a look at that. Looking into our code, you can see on our schema here, the leave status has got actually a default of pending, right? So it means all the new leaves will have a status of pending, right? And these are the fields which are also optional, like the moderator. This is the person who actually changes the leave, right? Who's got the right to actually change the leave status, right? And also have the moderator node, right? So when we submit a leave, some of the fields, they're actually optional, right? So what we need to do, obviously, we need a way of actually editing a leave. So inside our API, we need now a dynamic endpoint here, right? We need a dynamic endpoint. So we just edit here, then we'll go into our dashboard. Then we have to create a new route, or rather new page, right? We need to create a new page which is called leaves, right? You can just say leaves, and we have a leaves table as well as a file to edit the leaves, right? So let's see that in action. Cool. All right, let's start with our back end side of things, right? So let's go ahead and create an API route. Okay, so it's a route segment, right? It's a dynamic route segment, you can see. So how do we do it? We actually put the square brackets and just make inside the type of a naming convention that we need. So for example, I'm just going to say leave ID. You could simply say ID, but for readability I'll just say leave ID, right? Read ID. Then inside you create a file called route.ts, right? So once you create that, then now you just need the code to handle your editing of the leave, right? Okay, so let's populate code here and see how we can go about it in this, right? So I've populated code there, and let me just make it clean up. Great. Right, so there's some imports that we are doing, right? Let me also import this because it's required here, right? So inside your lib folder, create a file called calculatebalances.ts, right? So in calculatebalances.ts, go ahead as well and have this code, right? Okay, I'll give you time to type later on after explaining these two files, right? So inside API dynamic route segment here, which is called leave ID, with a file called route.ts. Then we are actually importing these, right? You can see this is from Next server, this is from Prisma client, right? And also this is from our session. We need the current user, right? And also we are importing a function called calculate and update balances, right? Okay, so when someone applies for a leave, right, and that leave gets approved, it means their balances should decrease, right? Yes, so it means their credit should decrease, and we should be able to see how many days have been taken, or how many days have you accumulated, and what's the balance remaining, right? So that's what we are making use of this function here, calculate and update balances, right? So as usual, ladies and gentlemen, we know beforehand what type of body type that you are receiving from the client, right, or from the front end. So we just need to type that one out, type it here, right, and say type edit body. This is the information or data we're receiving from the front end when we are editing a leave, right? So the method is a patch method, right? It's a patch method, request of a type request, right? Let's handle here authorization guard, right? So if a user is not an admin or a moderator, they should not edit. They don't have rights, they're not permitted to edit this leave, right? Otherwise, let's do try and catch, right? In our try and catch block, the body that we received, we just destructure, right? We just destructure for readability purposes, right? And making sure which fields you are receiving, right? Then we need to change the updated date, right? Let's quickly take a look at our schema here, right? You see we've got created 8 and updated 8 field, right? So these, since we're dealing with days and times, right, we also need to, I think these are very important fields to have. So we need as well to be able to track, as an organization, when was this leave updated, right? Then also the moderator, right? So in this instance now, we are assuming like the person who's actually logged in is actually a moderator, right? And obviously when we implement the middleware, there's no way a regular user can be able to access that particular page of editing leave days as well as users, right? So we're assuming like the person who's logged in here has got the rights of an administrator, right, or a moderator, right? Then when it comes to this section here, right, we now need to check what we are receiving from the front end, right? The status that we're receiving from front end. If that status is approved, we need to do something here, which is actually calculate and update balances, right? So we need to quickly go and update the balances, meaning to say, for example, if a leave type is an annual leave, the person applied for 2 days, right? And it's approved. It means from their credit of 21 minus 2 days, we should have 19 days remaining, right? And we quickly update it at the back end without any user intervention on the front end. So we just need it to happen automatically at the back end. So that's what we're doing here, right? So how are we calculating and updating the balances, right? So to calculate and update balances, we've got this function here, right? It's an async function. It takes in these arguments here, right? The email, the year, the type, and days. Let's quickly look at our schema on the balances. You can see there are some arguments that we can take, like the year, the ID, right, as well as what, the name, email, right, user, right? Okay, so those are the things: the email, year, the type, and the days, right? Then obviously we return a promise from there, right? So we are saying look for a balance where the email and the year match, right? So basically it will be a particular user. For example, it can be say dimal@gmail.com, and if the year is 2024, remember each person has got one entry of a balance in a year, right? So we are looking for that unique balance. We're using an email to look for it, because our email is unique, I believe, right? Our email is always unique according to the user type here, right? There it is, right? So it means we can actually get a specific balance from for a user, right? Okay, and also the year, right? Okay, so if there is no balance, right, entry into the database for this particular user, let's throw an error and say balance not found, meaning that we need to first of all add balances for that particular user, right? Which means the administrator needs to go and edit and give this person balances, right? Otherwise, let's use a switch case statement, right? A switch statement, right? Yeah. Okay, that's the easy way, which is for me, I think it improves even readability, right? So in our switch statements that we're using here, right, we take in an argument of a type, right? Let's say, for example, if the type is annual, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to have what we call a balance update, which is what we have here. It's just basically a partial. We've made it like a partial, right? Partial of the type balances, right? So if the type is annual, then the annual used, let's take a look at our schema and the balances. You see, at first when you edit credits, we only edit credit. There's no way where we touch the use available, right? The used as well as the available fields, right? But at this point here, that's what we are doing exactly. So we now need to see how many days have been used, right? So for us to check how many days have been used, let's get hold of what we have currently in the database, then add the days which have been requested by a user, right? So we'll be able to get the aggregate used, right? Then the available, we need to check what is the credit minus the used currently according to the database. Then on top of that, we need to add the days requested, right? In doing such, we'll be able to get what the currently the updated available, not current, the updated available right, balances, right? I hope this is making sense, right? So this function, what it's just trying to do here, right, we are updating the balances, or rather the credits for a user, right? Remember, for each entry of the balances for a user, it's only one entry into the database for a year, right? But on those entries, there are these fields here. We need to be able to track what's the credit, what's the user, what's the available. So this function does the updating of what has been used and what is remaining. That's basically what we're doing here, right? So us using a switch statement, right, it's more I think more performant, right? Because it looks for where the type is annual only, and once that has been satisfied, then it does the calculation, then it breaks. It doesn't go all the way here to look for these and make a calculation, right? So if it's paternity, it does the same as well. So that's what basically it's doing, right? So once there's an update, then we update the balances, right? We update the balances where the ID is equals the balance ID, then the data is just the balance update that we have specified. From here is being manipulated in these switch statements. Then we're gonna have the balance, complete balance update at the end here, then update the balances in the database, right? Okay, so that's basically what you are doing on this function here, right? Okay, so it only happens when the leave status is approved, right? Otherwise, let's just go straight and update the current leave with the moderator node, if it's available, the node status, then also updated 8, and who's the moderator, right? If everything goes well, let's send a response, say it's successful. Otherwise, let's throw an error, right? You can see here I've commented out this section here, right? So we're going to be adding events as well. Remember, on our calendar there's a way to show events, right? So we want that to happen immediately as well when a leave is approved, right? We need to also update the events to say there's gonna be a person on this leave, right? Yes, so we'll do that later on, right? So make sure you type this code, right? Make sure you type it out, right? Just like that. And also maybe you can check on the repo, completed repo, and make sure you understand what's going on here, especially on the calculating of the balances, right? Make sure you understand what's going on, right? Otherwise you can carry on. So let's hit save here. Once we have that out of the way, now we need to fetch data, right? We need to fetch all the leaves. This is an administrator that we're dealing with here, so the administrator needs to see all the leaves, right? So let's fetch all the leaves, right? For example, right? So this is what we need. So inside lib folder, data, create a file called get leave days. Once you get that, once you created that, then you can type out this code, right? So we're just fetching data here, right? Then as usual, as a best practice, I know as a user you can't visit that particular URL if you're not logged in, but as a best practice I'm just putting it out here just to say I want to check if there's a logged in user, right? This is, you can even do it on a standalone Node.js. That's why I'm doing it here, right? Okay, just check if there's a logged in user currently. Otherwise, return an empty array, show nothing. Then to view all the leave days, you need to be an administrator. If you're not an administrator, we just send something blank. Although you won't be able to revisit that page though, but as best practice, I just put it here, right? Okay, then in our try catch block, look for leaves, right? And order them with a created 8 days, right? Then just return an array of leaves, right? Okay, if something happens, just throw an error to say there's an error fetching the leave days, right? So once we have a way of fetching this data, then we go now in our dashboard route, right? In our dashboard route here, let's create a sub route called leaves. Then we need to have these 3 files, page.tsx, right, to initialize the page. Then we need to have a table and also a component to edit a leaf, right? So let's create the page, right? And let's have the code that we need in our page, right? This is the code that we need in our page. Right, we need the leaves table, right? And also we need this data to fetch data, right? And also we need the type of data that you are fetching, right? Okay, you can see there's an error here, which means we need to have leaves table here already. Okay, so that's the code. We'll explain it. We also need to have a code for the component, right? So let's go back to our page. we import a container, which is a reusable component, right? We import it. Then we also need the table. That's the one we just display here. We need a table wrapper, right? So we need a table wrapper inside this container. So this is the parent component, so that there's nice margins from both sides, top, bottom, left and right. And also we need our table wrapper, right, which takes a title to say these are all leaves. So inside here the child will be the leaves table, right? The leaves table is going to take props, which is leaves, right, which is an array of the data that we are fetching here from here, right? So we're fetching from the database, and inside this server component we are getting hold of the data, right? So if there is no data, just return a container to say no leaves found, right? Otherwise proceed here, right, where you can be able to show in a table those leaves, right? Okay, so once that is done, make sure you have this like that. Then let's go to the leaves table and check what do we have. All right, so in our leaves table we need to have a table component from CN, right? You can see I've imported it here, and we also need that particular package that we installed earlier to deal with dates as well. So we need date.js as well as date.fns, right? You see later on where we'll be using these, right? And also another component from CN, which is a badge, right? And we need these types from Prisma client, right? Okay. And also we need to import that component called edit leave, right? So let me just show you quickly a tip here, like how do I get all of this leave type from Prisma client, right? So for example, let me say I try to remove this, right? I try to remove this like that, right? Then I'll be asked for TypeScript to actually cry here, and it really needs to know what is this type, right? So if I type leave, right, if I type leave here, right, so sometimes it's not automatically imported. So what I just do on my machine, I just hover my mouse there, my cursor there, then I just hit Control dot on my keyboard on a Windows machine, or maybe you can do Command dot, then you'll be able to automatically import these types. So that's basically what I'm doing, right? Okay, so this component is actually a table, right? We've imported a table. As always, if you want to see how did I get about with getting a table like this, right, you can go on the documentation for CN. You can see a simple table there, right? So for me, I just edit it according to my liking, right? So we need these headers here, right, that shows edit, then the user type and all these other fields, right? Then we are mapping now the leaves that we receive. Remember the leaves that we receive as props, right, from the page, we're getting them here. Then we map them over what? Over the rows, right? So first of all, we need this edit type, which is a cell, right? It's actually a cell here, right? So there's something that we're doing here. We need to check if the status is not equal to approved, right? We need to show a way to edit. But if the leave has been edited already, we don't need to show this component here, right? Let's take a look at that and see what's going on, right? Right, you can see this is pending, we show the edit button. This is approved, we don't show the edit button because it's done already, right? So that's basically what we're doing. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. So we are using a ternary operator here to check the conditions and render according to the condition, right? Then we just display the details of the leave. Who's that person? What's the type? Is it an annual? Is it a study, right? And also let's show the year of that particular leave, right? Then we need now a way to see when was this leave submitted at, right? So now we are making use of day.js, right? So if you go to day.js documentation, it can show you how you can manipulate this data, this date that we get from the database. So when you're saving your date in a database, make sure it's actually a date, right? Because Postgres handles that, right? You can see on our schema as well, there's a way of handling date. Make sure it's not a string, make sure it's actually a date, right? Okay, then we need to see when is this person applying for it, what's the start date and what's the end date. So that's what we are showing basically here. You can see starting from this, ending on this, and how many days are they. So from the 19th, the 20th, it's 2 days actually, right? And this has been calculated at the back end when this was submitted. You still remember, right? I hope you still remember, right? Okay, then we need to show the number of days, right? Then now we need to show a badge, right? So this is badge we need to show. So if the leave status is approved, we need just to show a badge with this color, right? Otherwise, if it's pending, let's show this color. If it's rejected, let's show this color. If it's in moderation, being moderated, let's show this color. That's what we're doing, right? Then the note, what did the user said when they applied for this leave? We show that, right? Then now we need to see if there is an update, right, on the leave, and when was it updated, right? So we're now using datefns here, because datefns shows us how long, right? You see, it says about 13 years, about 13 hours ago, about 10 days ago, right? So that's why we're using datefns to be able to show us that more descriptive, user-friendly way of displaying data, right? So if you go onto the datefns documentation, you can be able to see these methods here where you can take format distance, sub days, and you can add your days and manipulate it, just like that, right? Then you need to see if it's moderated and what did the moderator said, or simply show the name of the moderator as well, right? Okay, so on top here we actually have this edit leave component, right? This edit leave component, that's what we have here. This edit leave component, right, is actually a dialog, right? So we have it in a dialog wrapper here, right? So basically just like what we did when we were editing the balance and the user, that's the same exactly code that we have here, right? Only that we are hitting a different API here, right? So that's the same, right? So what do we have at the top? Okay, we just have the dialog wrapper and all these imports and the Zod use form as well, right? Exactly, all these imports, right? Make sure you type them out. And now we're receiving props in this edit leave. These are the props that we're receiving, right? So we type them, we destructure them here, right? And obviously we need a router, right? And we need a form schema that we use in our use form here, right? According to React hook form, right? Then we had our function, we have our function here called async function edit leave, right? Then we get hold of the data just like that, right? Then we send that data to our back end. If everything goes well, send me a toast, give me a toast to say, wow, everything went great, right? Otherwise, if an error, show me an error, right? Then we are returning the dialog wrapper, right? And it has got all these props that it has here, right? Then inside our form, we've got the form fields when we need to check the status, right? Check the status and status, the notes, right? And what else do we need here? All right, yeah, that's simple. Those are the simple fields that we have. We just need to make sure, because we're editing a leave, so we need to change the status and just give a note as an administrator, right? All right, so once we have that out of the way, we should be able now to see on our project we're working on this table. You can see this table, and everything currently is pending because we haven't edited anything. Right, let's try to just quickly edit this and say it is in moderation, and say some random words and click submit here. You can see it says edit successful, right? And it shows a nice toaster, and as well our data has been updated here, right? And it shows it's less than a minute ago. These are the updated notes and who's the user, right? Exactly. So basically that's what we are doing, right? I've quickly created a leave where the person is does not have balances entry into the database, right? So we don't have balances for this particular user in our database, right? So let's test our REST API endpoint and see what happens. Let's try to submit a leave here, right? Let's just say it's also in moderation, and let's just write some random words here, right? For example, no, it should be approved, right? Remember, it should be approved. Then let's click submit here. You can see it shows us an error, internal server error, right? So as usual, you can put more descriptive responses to show the user, or you can just investigate or know what's happening there, right? So it means it will fail to go through, right? Yeah, up to now I've been showing you the administrator dashboard, right? So the administrator dashboard that we have here, right? So the administrator dashboard, you can see, you can be able to see all these routes here, right? But I would like to show you a general user dashboard. The general user dashboard, we are only mainly focusing on the portal, right? So from the portal you can be able to see the calendar, and you'll be able to see the current balances here later on when you implement that. But these are the routes that you can see. But as well as a general user, you need to be able to see your leaves that you've applied for, right? Just here, right? So let's quickly go ahead and implement that, right? So from our portal, we're going to create a route called history, right? Where you can be able to view all the leaves that you have submitted, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that. Right, for us to get the general user leave days, right, what we can do first of all, inside our leave folder, data folder, and the get leave days file, currently we've been getting all the leaves, and it's only an administrator which can be able to get these, right? But we also need a general user to be able to get leave days as well, right? So this is the function that we need here, right? For example, we say async function get user leave days, right? Make sure the person is logged in, right? Then we are looking for leave days where it matches the email, the user email of the user, right? So the person should be logged in, and from that person who's logged in, let us get your leave days, right? Then after that, we've done with that. If there's an error, just show an error, otherwise return an array of leaves, right? Then we go inside our portal folder, portal route or portal URL, right? Inside we create a sub URL called history, right? Sub URL called history. We just need to initialize the page, right? Initialize the page, and also create a file called historytable.tsx, right? So once you initialize the page, this is the code that we need here, right? We need to just fetch these leave days, right, from where we're fetching data. If there's nothing, just show, just a container, say loading, right? Or rather, this is not the best way, or just say no leaves found, right? That's what you need to show, right? But for now, I'm just gonna leave it here for demonstration purposes. Then inside we just need a container, then a table wrapper, then inside we have history table, right? So let's go ahead and create this history table. Let's save here and let's create this history table. So this is exactly the same we've done before, like even on your administrator leaves table here, right? So it's just a repetition of what we've done. You can even see here like these as well. I've explained these pages here depending on the leave status, you know, and also how we formatted here, right? The only thing we've removed is just the edit button here, as well as some other things that we don't need to let the user view, right? But actually everything else is the same. We put a table component here, you can see from .cn, and we have our packages here, .js and .fns, the page, and also the tabs, right? Then the leave, which is going to take props called history, right? This is basically leaves, but for now we just call it history. Then we just display it to the user, right? So this is the headers, right? The table header. Then we just map over the history just like that, right? Okay, so let's quickly take a look how it shows to the regular user. So once you have everything and everything is refreshed, if you go to this route and this portal history, like portal/history, you will be able to see only this. So it shows you the type, when you requested, the period that you requested, and also the days, right? You can even more format this date to be more descriptive, but I think this is more descriptive as well, right? And it shows you when was it updated, if there's an update, and you can be able to see who updated it. So basically this is the complete side of the user route. So that's what you can only be able to see. So in conclusion, we can say the only thing we just need to conclude basically on the general user is just to display the current balances here, right? That's the only thing. Otherwise, on the user facing general user interface, we're done here, right? Okay, so let's proceed to the other sections as well, right? So let's go back now to the administrator kind of view, right? We're done with displaying the leaves, and we've done implementing how you can edit the leaves as well as the users and the leaves. So the next step we need to work on is actually the balances, right? So let's work on the balances side of things in terms of displaying them, right? Displaying them and editing them, right? Let's go ahead and do that. All right, let's take a look at our completed project balances table. So it's on this route dashboard/balances, right? There's an option for us to edit a balance, right? We can edit them just like that, right? Then also you can see each balance, like for example for this particular person, he's got a year, and it tells you like an annual here. It shows you the group for annual, family shows you the group for family, all the way up to, you know, the last one, which is unpaid. Then also on a paid here, you can only see it's only used, right? Exactly. So I want to create something like this in a more clever way, right? So let's quickly go into our code editor and check how we can do that. The process we're going to follow is exactly the same as what we did on the leave side of things, right? You can see in the leave here, we've got the main route, which is for posting what we receive from the client, and also the dynamic segment where we can actually be able to edit or page, right? So we're going to do the same. We've got the main route here for posting what we receive from the client, as well as the dynamic route here where we can be able to do editing, right? Then if you go into the URL, right, which is balances, you can see it's exactly, we've got a way to edit, to present the data in a table, as well as to initialize that page, right? So let's start from here, the code that we need here, right? So the code that we need there is almost the same as what we're just following the same procedure what we've been doing before in on the leave, right? On the leave side of things, right? So this is the code that we need, right? The code that we need to get hold of the current user who's logged in, right? Obviously this should be an administrator or a moderator, right? And this is the body that we're expecting to get from the client, right? So we check who's permitted to do editing. It's a patch method. Then we receive the body, we are interested in getting the ID and just spread the rest of the data that we receive. We're not going to do destructuring here because it's going to be a lot to destructure, right? Let's just spread and say data just like that. Then we can just simply update our balances in our database, right? If everything goes well, we send a successful JSON message, right? Otherwise we show an error, right? So once that is done, then let's go to the client side of things. The client side of things, inside the page, right? Inside the page here, we need to populate that with this code that you can get, right? So let me quickly populate that, right? So this is the code that we need. It's exactly the same what we've been doing on the leaves side of things here, right? So we make sure like we have a table, right? Then we can get data, right? So we need a way to get balances, right? So inside lib data folder, we need a file called get what balance data, right? So let's quickly go and create that. So let's go in our lib data and create a file quickly here, right? So it's gonna be get balance data.ts, just like that. And let's make sure like we have the code that we need. Let's get hold of the code that we need, right? So for now, I'm just going to grab everything, right? I'm just going to grab everything for now, both the user as well as the administrator, right? All right, so let me not focus on this for the user right now. Let me just minimize it. We need to know who's currently logged in, and we also need our Prisma, right, from our library, from our lib Prisma, right? So we need to make sure like this person is an administrator who should be able to edit the balances, right? So we do a checking here, right? Then what we can do is to actually get all the balances that we need, right? So we need to fetch all the balances. Apologies, I said to edit. Here we're just fetching, right? So that's why I said in the beginning we're not going to use an API route here. We're just going to just directly go and search and just put permissions guard here, right? Just to make sure like we sent to the right person the data, right? Okay, then we just retain the balances here, exactly what we've been doing before, right? So once we have that, it means in our page.tsx here, right? Let me arrange page.tsx. We can be able to import that, and you can see we're importing here, right? So if there's nothing, we can just say no balances found, right? Then we can need a container and also a balances table, right? So we need to create that balances table, right? So let's get balances table here, right? And let's populate the code that we need in our balances table, right? So it's just simply almost exactly the same as what we've been doing before. This is the table that we need, right? So on our table, right, we need a clever way of making sure that we have something like this, right, to create a complex table just like that, right? So what I'm gonna do quickly, according to our code, you can see here, we need to create a function rather, which is called render table cells, right? We need to create that function, and it returns a table cells with a table row inside, right? So that at the end we can have this kind of a display, like we have an annual here, then inside there's a row, we have a column here, then inside there's a row, just like that. So that's what exactly we're doing here, right? So we are going to use this function that we're going to create here. It's going to take in an array of strings called categories, right? Then it will just render it, right? Then we're going to make being over credit used and available, right? And we're just doing it in a funny way, right? Okay, right, so this is the way we're gonna do that. And once we have that render table, right, then we can come here and render those cells, right? Okay, so I'd like to give you this as a challenge and try to break things and see how that table layout can come out like this, right? But this is my way of actually making sure like you have something like that, right? And you can see here the render table cells is expecting something called, cell types, right? So I would like to go quickly and create a custom type for our, what do you call it, for our types, right? So instead of putting everything in global.tsx here, I'm just going to say index. I'm just going to create a file here called index.ts, just like that, right? Then we will need those types. We need to create those types. So let me quickly get hold of that and show it there, right? Okay. Okay, so this is the type of way we need our cell types to be like, right? So these are the cells that we're creating. We're giving them this kind of TypeScript types, right? Just like that. Okay, then let's come back here, right? Then our cell, we now need what do you call it, the edit balance, right? We now need the edit balance component. So let me close this and let me close this. Then the edit balance component, let me grab the code as well that we need there, right? And as you guessed it, it's a dialog wrapper, right? Okay, so let's come inside here and paste this code. And as usual, it's a dialog wrapper, so we need to import all this. We need the dialog wrapper, then we need some of these hooks or use reducer from React, and obviously we need other components from ShardCN, our types from Prisma client, and our icons, right? Now this is kind of complex in terms of our reasoning, how we're going to get off the current state, manipulate it, and send to the back end updated state, right? Which is going to be clear and current, right? So this is my way of how I did it, right? We fetch the balances from the back end. Those balances is going to tell us what's the state of those balances currently in terms of, right, how many was the credit, how many is used, and how much is available, right? But now here, since we are editing, right, we need to get of the current state. So this is what I've done, right? I've created this component here called initial state, or this object here called initial state, right? So once we get this initial state, then we're gonna use a reducer, right? We're gonna use a reducer such that we can be able to change what is the current state versus what we're changing it to, right? So an effective way of how we can do this is actually to make use of a reducer, right? Another way you could have done it is to say, to create multiple use states here. Like for example, you can say const annual credit state, then you say equals use state, right? So you would write them, a lot of them here, right? But the most clean way of doing it is just to use a reducer, right? So a reducer takes in a state, right? Then an action, then we return back the state, right, the updated state, right, and the action to be done, right? Okay, so what you're basically doing now at the end is that when we change this particular input here for that particular key, right, because we're taking in a key here, so the key is actually, if we're changing an annual, only the annual is going to be changed. If we're changing the study, only the study is changing. If we're changing the health, only the health is changing. So that's the complex, or kind of complex way of how we're handling it here, right? Okay, if you want to really understand like what's the logic behind using a use reducer, like taking state for previous state, how we can manipulate it, right, and update it, and at the end we can have the updated state so that we can be able to send it to the back end, I'll encourage you to really take a look at React use reducer, right? Just take a look at use reducer. You can go on the documentation and start on that, right? Otherwise, my job that I'm doing here is just to simplify, to show you which path you can take, right? There are multiple ways of doing it, but the logic is basically what I'm explaining in simplicity, right? Okay, then we obviously have our submit function, right? Submit, edit, balance function. Then we make a call to our API, right? Then we send in this body, right? If everything goes well, we show a toast, otherwise we show an error message, right? Let me quickly save and go back to our project, the one we're working on, right? Currently it was giving us an error because there was nothing there, but it's going to refresh right now. Then we should be able to see exactly what you're seeing here, right? Exactly. All right, let me explain something in terms of this table, right? So you've seen I've created a wrapper component before, right? Just to make sure like everything is aligned, all the components we're creating, they'll be aligned like that. So you can see our header is basically aligned on there's some padding or margin on the either side, right? So that's what also the table wrapper is actually helping us to do, right? And the other thing with all our tables, you can see they are actually responsive, right? You can be able to scroll from left to right just like that. You see exactly. All right, okay, cool. So this is fully loaded right now, and you can see there is our table that we're actually getting here, right? We are getting this table just like that, right? Obviously there's a hydration error there. I'm gonna fix it later on, but you can see we can now be able to to see the table and also have an option to edit, right? You can see you can able to edit. So let's just quickly edit here, right? So we're going to say used 1, then the available should be 20, right? Then here let's just give these ones like 4, let's give this 5, and let's just give like this like 3, right? Then when we hit this, if everything goes well, we should be able to see a toaster here, as well as this should automatically close this dialog that we have currently here, right? Okay, there we are, edit successful, and the dialog closed. Then you can see they are actually the changes that we actually did right now. So it means everything is working here, right? So we have accomplished making sure we fetch data, or we edit data, we fetch it from here, we display it on our page, right? So we are done with this part. Then we can move to the next level, right? So the next following parts, they're kind of simple. I think what we can look at right now, we are done with users displaying the leaves, displaying the balances that way we are currently. Let's just go and simply add something here on our dashboard, right? Although we're not going to fetch data, we're just going to simply display some cards here, right? Just going to simply display some cards, the same ones that we can perhaps see on our completed project, which is just simple cards. All right, on the completed project, the dashboard landing page, right? Or on our landing page, when we hit the dashboard route, there's a lot that we can display here in terms, for example, like downloading data, showing all the statistics and graphs and all sort of stuff, right? But I don't think they're necessary at this moment, because this project is just for demo purposes. You can actually expand it from here, right? You now have a way of fetching data, displaying it, right? So I'm just going to just display this data. It's simple, it's hard-coded data. It's not something we're fetching from the database and displaying here, right? So just to make our dashboard look a little bit nicer, right? So that's what we're going to do on our project we're building, right? So on the project that we are building, we're actually on the dashboard route, right? Okay, so on the dashboard route, inside here where there's page.tsx, we need 2 components. We need one component called month date range picker, as well as states cards, right? Then we just simply import them here, right? So this is our dashboard page.tsx, right? Then let's populate with this code. Once we populate with this code, then we can create a states card. So those are the cards that we're just displaying there. You can see we're importing a card from CN, right? Then there are some icons that we are importing from React icons, as well as this create element from React, right? So we just hard coding data here. We're just saying state cards, then we just return back state cards, right? A card which just shows you, some simple data, right? Exactly just like that. So this is you can scale it up. It's expandable code, right? So that's exactly what we have here. You can update your code to be like that. Then when it comes to the month date range picker as well, you just need to get that. Okay, so I was getting some components from CN, so there's some components you might need to get, right? So you will need to install this dependency. I'm sure it's already installed as well with CN, but if you don't have, make sure you have it, right? React date picker, right? And also these components from CN, just like that, right? Then what I'm just doing basically here, I need to just show the months, right? The start month as well as the end date, right? Then I put them in a use state, right? Then I just show them. So I'm making use of CN component here, as you can see, in terms of showing this data on a pop over, right? Something like that. So if you go on CN documentation, there's a lot of examples of how you can do that, right? For example, if you come to the calendar here, right, you can see, yeah, and if you go on the code, it will tell you, like, what you can see share in your code, right? I think there's a more complex code. No, this is for selection, right? So if you go to the repo, right, if you go to the repo and under examples, there are different examples of how you can manipulate your data, how you can show it in a calendar, right? So that's where I was getting all these other ways of executing my code to be the way it is. Like, for example, you can see here it says pick a date, right? You can see you can be able to select from month 1 and month 2. So this is basically the example I used, right? So go to GitHub, make sure you get out of that code. Otherwise, we're just displaying what we have here, right? And I was just following exactly what he did on GitHub, right? And just manipulating to my own design, right? Once you have that, then you should be able to display that. So there's no logic that we're getting from the database or sort of stuff, right? Then you can be able to see everything smoothly showing here, right? Still, our dark mode is still working, right? You can be able to see it nicely in dark mode as well, right? So basically we have done with the portal. No, we are not done with the portal, right? We need a way now of displaying those cards on the portal where we can be able to see the current balances for the user, right? So that's what we're going to deal with right now, right? What we're going to do is actually to show the cards here which display the balances or the credits, whether they're used, right? Just is what you're going to see here on the completed project. You can see it displays the year, the type of the leave, the credit they used, and the remaining, right? And also it shows this heading here, say current year balances, right? So only showing the balances for this particular year. That's what we are showing here, right? So let's go ahead and do that. For us to achieve that, what we need to do inside our portal, we can just create components. The first component you can create is user balances.tsx. Then you can also create a leave card.tsx file, right? Once you created that, let's start with the page.tsx, this particular file, right? The home of our portal, right? the home page of our portal route, right? Then what we need to do inside here, we need to do something like this, right? I'm gonna quickly populate, right? We need another div on top of a welcome banner and calendar, right? So we need a div. So that div, what it does, it will display this h2 element, which is inside another div as well, right? But we are now using a current an itinerary, a condition here to say fetch current year balances, right? So remember, we're fetching data from here, lib data, right? Then there's this function that are actually hidden before, right? So this is to get the user balances, right? So the current load in user, let's fetch for the balances where it matches the user email as well as the current year. So here you can see we're just getting the current year, right? And it's easily manipulatable, right? If you wanna change it, you can easily change it, this one, right? But we just need to display for this year, right? Okay, all right. So if everything goes well, then we can just return balances, right? So balance is actually an object which can have these properties, or it can be now, right? Okay, so once we get that, we just fetch data in our server component here, right? Once you fetch data, then we check if we receive data. If it's not now, if we don't have any data, show this h2 tag, otherwise show this tag, right? Just like that. And we just put nicely in a container, right? And also we can do the same to have a user balances component, and it takes in props, right? Which is the balances. It takes in those balances and should be able to display them, and the type should be balances that we get from what? Prisma client, right? Okay, once we have that out of the way, let's go to our user balances file, and let's populate this code, right? This is the easy way I found so far, right? You just need to have a container, then we redo again, we duplicate effort in terms of, say, leaf card. We have multiple leaf cards according to our the number of our leaves that we have in our organization, right? And you just put them in a grid and style them like that, right? If you have got a better way of how you can you know, make this code more reusable, you can just let me know in the comments, right? But otherwise, we need this leaf card now. So we need to go to our leaf card and actually populate the code for the leaf card. Right, you can see we are importing from shardcn. We are getting hold of the card component, right? And these are the properties that we need for that card. We need to get hold of all these props, then we display them. So it's display here, leave type, and also show the credit for each and every type. So we display the credit they used as well as the remaining, right? So once we have that out of the way, just like that, we should be able to see that page being displayed on the current page that we're working on, right? So if we let it to refresh nicely, we should be able to see something like this, right? So depending on the user who's currently logged in, we should be able to either see no balances found, or else we should be able to see exactly as we're seeing on the completed project, where it says current year balances, as well as to display these leave days, right? Just exactly like that. Okay, so let's go back where it's actually loading, right? So this particular user on this database does not have balances, so it shows us no balances is data found. Then it just shows us blank here, right? Okay, so that's it perfectly, right? So we've done so much in this tutorial. We've gone this far. The only last thing we need to do is to actually display now the events here. So that's the next task that we should be doing. And first of all, we can just go into settings, right? We also need to put the loader. As you can see, where there's a loader, right? So in our events, we need this kind of a layout, right? we need this kind of a layout where we can be able to add an event here and actually being able to see them here, right? I'm not going to implement the delete functionality. You can do that on your own, right? So this is the layout that we need, and I'm sure it's also very responsive, right? You can see it's responsive just like that. Okay, so we need to have that layout. So let's go ahead and create an API for adding an event, because we need a feedback. Then we can also fetch that data here, right? Currently, if you navigate to the dashboard /settings route, there's nothing that shows here, right? You can see it's actually giving us an error, right? So we need to fix that. So you now know the drill how to do it. First of all, create a route. Then we need files, right, that we can work with there, right? So we need a page.tsx to initialize the page, right? Then you also need a table. Then you just need some other components according to your styling, right? And also on the backend side of things, you need an API route, right? Okay, so as usual, inside the API folder, let's create event, then let's create route.ts, right? If you want to implement how you can edit or how you can delete, you need just to create a dynamic route here as well, right? You know how to do it, just exactly like in square brackets. You can just say event ID or ID, simply like that, right? But let's take note of what we have now and let's work on it, right? The way we're creating APIs, the route handlers here is just the same, right? I'm sure you now know, you don't need explanation on this, right? You're expecting a body with this type, right? It's a post. You need to guard your route here. Then in the try catch, you just destructure the body, right? If you don't have any other thing to work on, you just proceed to persist that data into the database, then send a response or an error. Simple as that. We've been doing this for long now. You're now familiar with that. Once you have that, then you need a way of fetching those events, right? So you need a fetch. So this is posting. You need a get, a way of getting. So like I said, we're not using an API to get here, right? We can just simply fetch them directly since we're using Next.js, right? And our application is small, right? So inside here, inside the lib folder, right, we need a file. I think you can guess the name of it, right? It's called get event data.ts, right? So let's create that and call it get event data.ts, just like that. And the code, you can guess what type of code will be here, right? Just a way of getting hold of what? Of the user's data, right? Because we are displaying this to a regular user, right? Okay, you can see we are just fetching from Prisma and we return an array here. Okay, and we just, best practices, we just got our, our fetch handler function here, right? If there's an error, just throw an error, just like that, right? So once we fetch that data now, then it means in our page.tsx, right? In our page.tsx here for settings, remember, we now need to go into settings, right? We now need to go into settings, right? We've created a route. So the page.tsx, we just need to populate data there, right? As you know, we fetch data and we display it, right? Okay, so let's populate that quickly, right? So we've initialized our page, and so we're inside the dashboard, right? Dashboard, then there's a sub-route called settings, right? So just please take note of that. So the page, as you know, it can fetch data, right? This is a server component, right? Okay, so this is what we can do. This is the code that we need. We don't need a table wrapper because we are not displaying in table here, right? We don't need that here, right? Then we will need to get events data, right? Get events data. Then we need events table as well as an add event, right? So let's get to fix the events table, right? So events table, you now know how it looks like, right? We always need a table wrapper and so forth and so forth, right? But in this case, I don't think we need a table wrapper because of the layout of how it's gonna show on our UI, right? So this is the table that we have. We're just gonna get hold of all our events in the database, right? All our events in the database, and you'll be able to present them in a table like this, right? Exactly. Then on top, we're just going to have this div here that shows like these are events, right? Exactly. And our table events get props, right, from the parent, which is events, right? Make sure you import from chassis and this component, right? And also the types from Prisma client, right? Okay, let's hit save, and as you can see, also having an error, we need an add event here component. So our add event component, let's populate code for that. All right, our add event component is just like what we've been doing before. We need a form. We make sure we utilize Zod if we should utilize Zod for, you know, capturing errors, user input errors, right? And so forth and so forth, right? So this is the code that we have here. Make sure you have all your inputs, right? And you can just type this code exactly as it is. Then you just need to hit your API/event, right? Then you can just return a form here, right? Exactly like that. We have been doing this before. It's just a repetition, right? Here, what we're doing, right? Make sure you update your code, right? And make sure you update your code just like that, right? So you see the process we are following: creating an API route, fetching data, then come to display it here, right? The way you're gonna design and display your data, it's up to you, right? But currently this is where we are, right? Okay, right. Then this is settings, right? This is settings. I'm getting an error here, said the default export is not a React component /settings, right? So this page settings, export default settings, right? Why is it not const settings? I think there's somewhere where it says settings as well, right? Let me quickly fix that. All right, so apparently there's no error. What I just need to do is just to refresh my page, right? Okay, so right, that's basically it. That's what we have. Let's go and check how it is displaying on our UI, right? So this is the completed project. Let's see the project we're working on. There it is. All right, let's try to add an event. For example, let's just say holiday, just like that. Description, just say, just some random words, right? Let's just pick a date, and the date can be the 25th of January, and let's hit submit. Let's see what we're gonna get back from the database. If everything goes well, we should be able to see a toaster to say event submitted successfully. Otherwise, we should be able to see an error, right? Okay, so for here it's kind of difficult to see an error. You can actually make use maybe of the dialog, right? Or you can just make use of the dev tools, right? All right, let's just check what's happening in our console, or in our terminal actually. Right, the event is actually added, just taking time, and should be able to automatically display here just like that, right? So you see it's actually showing here, right? All right, this is not the end. We are now able to capture events and add them, right? But remember, when we were working on our code, and when it comes to updating leave days, right, on our API, so let's go back. There was a line that I actually commented out, this one, right? I commented it out, so I wanna bring it back just like that, right? So this is going to be a way as well of where we can automatically send an event to the database, create an event in the database as well, right? Because when someone leave is approved, it's actually an event and we need to show it, right? Then the next final part is actually to manipulate our calendar so that it can be able to accept and display those events on the calendar, right? So we need to have this now. This, if we go to our portal here, right, we should be able to have this kind of a pop over just like that, right? And we should be able to display on our current project that we're working on right now. So let's go ahead and fix that. All right, so for us to be able to manipulate our events data, right, to display events data, we just need to manipulate the page.tsx file, which is actually the portal landing page, right? So portal page.tsx. Then we need a way of fetching events, right? Remember, we're fetching from our lib data, right? We're getting this, then we say const events, then we pass those events to our calendar as props, right? Just like that. That's what we need to manipulate here, right? Once you've done that, then our calendar, it means it's now receiving what? Props. It's now receiving props, which is in the form of events in an array, right? Right, like that. So once we receive those events, then we need to change this part here, just down there on the grid, right? We need to add this code. We need to update, right, our code to include this, right? So basically in this div here, you can just simply add this code here, right, up to here, right? Once you add that code up to that, please take note there is also an event pop over as well, right? There's an event pop over component that you need to create. So our event pop over component is this one, right? We're just importing that navigation menu from /cn, right? Then we make sure you import all the required libraries and functions right here, and icons if necessary. Then you have to show it like this, right? So that's what the component does, right? So what we're showing is just showing the event title and the event description, simply as that, right? So that's what we're doing on our calendar, and we'll be able to display it on our calendar like that, right? So let's take a look and see what we are displaying, right? Remember that event that we created earlier on, right? It shows here, right? Exactly. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our application. So far so good, right? Let's just try to quickly add an event here again and see if it can show. So this time around it's going to be the 26th, right? So let's just say hi 26, just like that. Description, just gonna write some random words, right? And also select the 26th and click submit, right? If everything goes well, event added, and it should automatically show here, right? There it is showing here, right? So if we go back to our portal on our calendar, there we can see it, right? So that's basically it. Right, our application here has grown and we can do all these things we want to do so far on our application. Yeah, as you can see, we can navigate all the routes, we can be able to manipulate and see the data according to how we need to see it. All the balances, we can be able to edit, we can be able to add, we can be able to view our dashboard side of things, and on our calendar we can actually be able to, you know, just have a nice view and a nice flow, right? And everything is working fine in terms of responsive. The page is responsive. Just one thing we need to fix before we finish, right? If we log in as a regular user, as you can see here, right, although we have got an authorization guide on our fetching data, right, remember when we say if the user is not an admin, just send an empty array. This is what you see. But obviously, as a regular user, you should not even be able to come to this route here, right? You should not be able to come to this route, right? So we need a way of protecting that. So if you're familiar with Next.js, you know how to do that, right? We make use of middleware. So right inside the home, on the home of your project, right here, create a new file. And that file, we're gonna call it middleware.ts, right? .ts, just like that. And what do we do in this case? what we need is this particular code here, right, that we can be able to put restrictions on some certain routes, right, and allow some certain routes, right. So for readability purposes, I just write if statements, if statement is statement, so that you can be able to know what exactly I'm doing, right. I didn't want to refactor this code, right. Let me hit save. So we are getting what is called with auth from Next-Auth middleware, right, and get a response from next server, right. Then we create an array of strings and we call it what, rows allowed to auth, right, just like that, exactly. Then we export a function, default code with auth, right. Then that function, we just call it middleware, right. It takes in the rec, right. So if the path name is equals to the home route, right, and there is a token, right, we should just direct the user to the portal. So this means if someone comes on our home page of our application and they are allowed to log in into our application, they can just simply be directed to the portal, right. Okay, otherwise, if there is no if they are at the portal but there's no token, they must be sent back to the home route, right. Then in terms of the dashboard, right, if you are not an administrator or moderator, you should only be directed to a portal, right, exactly, just like that. Then we say callback authorized, that takes in token, right, just exactly like that. Then you put the routes that needs to be matched in a config, just like this, right. So all of this you can get it on Next-Auth documentation as well as Next.js documentation, right. So once we have that in place, we should be able actually to restrict the regular user, right. Let's try it out and see how it works, right. So now we are on a page that is restricted and we are trying to refresh, right. Let's see what happens after refreshing. You see, after refreshing, we are redirected back to the portal, right, which means we are no longer allowed to go to the dashboard, right. Let me try again to go to the dashboard, right, dashboard/leaves, just like that, right. Let me select this. You see, we're directed back to the portal, right. Then let's try to remove the token, right, by logging out, right. So we just log out by clicking this button here as a regular user, right. So you see, we're logged out, right. Then we are taken back to the login page, right. We're taken back to the login page, right. So that also explains why when we're initiating our project, right, I told you, like, although I have you know, on our page, right, I'm going to have an auth component as well as the login component, right. So it allows me, like, to say, for some reason, if you can't see the login on the login page or on the home route, you should be taken to either page, right. So basically that's the whole application. So one last piece that you might find yourself wanting to do before you deploy your application to Vercel or another platform is just to run yarn build, right, yarn build or npm build, right, so that you can be able to compile you know, your code and find if there are any errors, right. So mine compiled perfectly fine, just like that. I just need to push it to GitHub, right. So that's basically the whole application. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you enjoy this tutorial, please give me a thumbs up, write something in the comment section, subscribe, follow me on Twitter, give me a star on GitHub. Thank you so much.